T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Good morning, fellow apes. Let's enjoy this rocket. Always beautiful when we launch in the morning. And then it comes to an end. All good things come to an end. I'm just going to leave this streaming for a minute. I will be back in a little bit. It's been a rough morning for me. I'm hungover. I will be back in just a few. I am back. Alright. This is not going to be a pretty video feed this morning. This is just how it is. Rough. John is not on yet. John will be here possibly later. Welcome to the show this morning. We had a nice, beautiful rocket takeoff right at 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. my time, so 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. But 6 a.m. Central Standard Time, my time, Texas time. It's always fun hearing the beginning of the show and watching the stock take off like it does. I really enjoy that. But the hedge funds are still alive and strong and kicking, bringing it back down. Let's go over some of the data for the day, shall we? I'm going to screenshot the stonk tracker data from this morning. This is yesterday's data. Oh, goodness gracious. Look at that. They've already borrowed all the shares. Working on ETFs now. It's going to be a good day. At least the hedge funds think so. Let's screenshot that. Next thing. I usually like looking at the options for the day. Let's refresh that. Our biggest level of support is at $60 with 39,000 options. Second biggest level of support is going to be $58. So there's a lot of belief that we'll hit probably 58 today. I haven't really started looking at all that much, but I don't see why not. $58 would be a nice stepping stool to $60 for tomorrow. What do the puts say? Oh wait, we have a little bit of support down here at 70. Look at that. 65 and $70. There's some people with some high hopes there. Maybe we can go catch them. Get those guys in the money today. That'd be awesome. Puts. High level of support at $50. For some reason, the puts community, the people who are shorting the stock, believe they can get us down to 50 today. Well, I guess we're going to find out. We got 12,000 puts at 55 strike price. I'd say that's their big level of support right there for 55. We should be watching that. They're going to try to drive us down to 55 today. Guarantee 55 for the morning. Almost guarantee. Casey guarantee. ADD Casey. I'd like to see how busy Citadel is in the morning. Nice and busy. Wife is up. She's also suffering from a hangover. She's getting the chocolate milk for the morning. This is my chocolate milk. Thank you, Starbucks, Double Shot Energy, and to my wife. Thank you for getting these, hun. Hmm. Oh, that's fine. Nothing better than ice cold milk. Ice cold chocolate milk. Or text for the morning. Utilization doesn't usually update till a little bit later, but it is updated right now. Utilization is a little bit down from yesterday. Yesterday was 88.49. Today we're 86.83. Reported. On loan, average age still trending up. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We want to keep seeing this going up. That definitely puts us on a price increase here shortly. Earliest, I think, Friday, tomorrow. At the very latest, not the following Monday, but the Monday after. So let's see, the 12th would be the latest, more than likely, because that would be about 14 days from when that value started first going up, which was on the 24th. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah. I think we start seeing price go up on Monday. Possibly tomorrow. Failure to delivers have not been reported quite yet. Although we do have a chunk of them. I don't think these were reported yesterday. Nice little uptick right there. And I think there is some reports in here that weren't there yesterday. This looks like it might be Kalahari Resort here. That's awesome. Shout out to BMW driver 44, a shrine to the apes. Hold on a second. That is something special right there. That shout out to that person. They might be in my neighborhood. Kalahari just opened up a resort over here. That's awesome. I think Axel Rose wants to send us a message today. What is it, Axel? What do you got? What do you got for us?
Twice as effective as minoxidil. How do you identify
an
hair
ad.
growth
Awesome.
products that do not?
What do you got for us, Axel? Oh, okay. Axel's whistling for us here. I think he really wants to say something, though.
Shed a tear 'cause I'm missing you. I'm still alright to smile. Girl, I think about you every day now. Was a time when I wasn't sure, but you set my mind at ease. There is no doubt you're in my heart now. Said woman, take it slow, it'll work itself out fine. All we need is just a little patience.
Patience.
Said sugar, make it slow, and we'll come together fine. All we need is just a little patience. Sit here on the stairs, 'cause I'd rather be alone. If I can't have you right now, I'll wait, dear. Sometimes I get so tense, but I can't speed up the time. But you know, love, there's one more thing to consider. Said woman, take it slow, things will be just fine. You and I'll just use a little patience. Said sugar, take the time, 'cause the lights are shining bright. You and I've got what it takes to make it. We won't fake it. I'll never break it.
patience. Yes, we need a little patience. Okay, so this morning there's a lot of talk about these AMC bonds that are being used to short. I mean, I feel like this is like really old information. Like we knew this the whole time. We knew that they were kind of tying these bonds into more MBSs, mortgage-backed securities, specifically ones that were tied to retail property. So essentially causing what will be another 2008, only stemming around retail property instead of housing properties. And they're talking about that on Reddit right now, and it's just kind of like I feel like we've been talking about this forever. This is not anything new. I'm sure Matt and Trey have both spoke on this. Welcome to the party. Turbulent Mission 44 with oh, that's weird. Check this out. Oh man, that's funny. It just bounces all over the place. Welcome to the party, Turbulent. It looks like there's a lot of talk about what Adam Aaron is saying. I'm gonna look him up on Twitter and see what he's saying. I just want to look at the. Some people are saying that he's mad. I want to see this. Let's see, June 23rd, 24th, 28th. What a weekend! Big screen due to gangbuster opening of Universal's Picks F9. 2 million people watched the movie in AMC theaters Thursday through Sunday in the U.S. and 2.5 million people did so at our theaters globally. Both record numbers since reopening our theaters. Here he says, so just how much do you love the movies? Former CEO of Starwood Hotels, Norwegian Cruise Line, Vail Resorts, and Philadelphia 76ers. I don't see anything listed here that would identify him as being mad or angry. I don't know. If he did post something, I'm not seeing it. Trust me, bro. Hmm. John is going to miss the 7 a. I think John's going to miss the 7 a.m. predictions. Let's hope not. I'm going to have to call him if he doesn't show up here soon. I'm going to have to change up the tally marks here. I'm going to change it somehow. I want it to reflect how many days we've missed. Let's see here. Happy July, new month. To all you apes out there. Bill Murray wants to say, you're awesome. Trey had his heart monitoring system attached to himself and yesterday from his in and out procedure, and seems to be doing okay. He got on TMI's stream yesterday and apparently did a live feed saying he was good. Hovering right below my price prediction from yesterday. Which we will be updating here shortly as soon as John gets on here. Yeah, see, this is, I just don't understand this. The S3 was withdrawal from form was submitted yesterday, and in less than 24 hours, they figured out the hedge funds was using bonds to short the stock while on threshold restriction, then spread it like wildfire. This community is amazing and unstoppable. Hedge screwed. They were using the bond system for a while. We've been talking about this forever. We were talking about mortgage-backed securities that were going to fail because of the fact that they were tied to AMC bonds. Also, the reason why AMC and GameStop trend almost very similarly on certain days. It's actually kind of changed a lot, but some of those bonds were tied together. They had those tied together in the black markets, and yeah, I mean that's how else do you get two stocks to trade similarly? It doesn't happen unless they have some kind of connection, and they're all tied to the bonds. Whatever they were doing to those bonds and the dark pools was, affecting the price. Looks like Cinemark is up for the day, AMC's up for the day, GME's up for the day, Dogecoin. Where are we at on that? Nice little spike up this morning at early on. The reason I look at the Dogecoin is, I do feel like it's a pump and dump for the hedge funds. I think it's a good indicator as to where they're, if it drives up pretty well and fast, and then it drops really quickly, I feel like that's where they get some of their money to short the stock, and so you can tell when you're going to have days that you're going to get shorted on. one of the indicators that I look. And another article on Reddit. We would have never discovered this if AA didn't request the shares recalled. Straight from FINRA. We knew about these bonds. This is not a new issue. It's new to maybe somebody who hasn't been here this whole time. That's why a lot of us are saying that it's a really bad idea for Adam Aaron and AMC to be buying a lot of these movie theaters. If the mortgage-backed securities blow up like the housing market did in 2008, and the movie theaters, the actual property themselves, will decrease in value overnight. And so all these new theaters that they just picked up could lose half their value. I mean, I was living in Arizona at the time of the 2008 market crash and watched my house go from $325,000 appraisal down to about 150, almost half. And we could see something very similar to that in the retail market, retail property market. Spending money right now on retail property is probably a really bad idea, especially when you can pick it up for half price in a year or two. Adam Aaron is going on offense because I believe that he thinks he can get his 25 million shares if this thing squeezes before July 29th, and I think he's right. I think everybody said it. Again, not really new news. Every single one of us who has a no vote right now on the 25 million shares. I haven't seen anybody say that I won't vote for this ever. I just haven't even seen anybody say that. Everybody says anybody who's voting no is pretty much saying squeeze first, then we'll vote for it. I mean, it makes sense. Why not give the company 25 million shares when the price is $150 to $200 a share? Makes sense. They sold those other shares way too early. Good morning.
What's going on?
You look like the TMI, the masked investor.
I had to take a shower before I got on.
There it is. We had a
Alright.
beautiful launch this morning at 6 a.m. It was
Yeah,
really
I'm,
pretty.
watching the beginning of your stream, but getting everything situated. Tally missed. I think that goes without saying, right?
No, it's price prediction tally, and we missed one.
Oh,
There's John, Casey, and missed. We missed one.
oh, I gotcha. I get what's going on.
Should I put parentheses around that or something so it's more clear?
Um,
Here, how
no,
about
I
this?
didn't.
We'll put stars.
Interesting what it's doing so far.
There we go. Price prediction tally has a stars on it, either side of it. What were you saying about price? What it's doing so far?
Oh, it's doing some very interesting stuff in the morning. It's creating from what it looks like a pennant.
From last night?
Yeah, I like the barcode action right before that, though.
Yeah.
So, price predictions. I don't know about that. I don't know if I can even make one right now.
No, you still have time. Our 7 a.m.
Okay.
pokey's just now going to be coming through here in about 30 seconds.
Mine just went through.
All my lines seem to have disappeared.
Go to the daily and then zoom back in.
Oh, I'm on GME. That's why. No wonder. Wrong stock. Yeah, how about that? I'm like hovering just below, or actually it's breaking through my line from last night or yesterday. Man, that's still kind of low. That's a still really low volume for a pokey like that.
All right, so I'm ready for my price prediction.
Alrighty.
It's gonna be within. It's gonna be within like $1. I'm hoping. It's not doing anything on the 1 year trend. At least I'm not seeing it's doing anything. It looks like it's just further consolidating. But price prediction for today is gonna be between a high of 57.85.
Okay, hold on a second here. $57.85.
And the low is gonna be 50.
Well, it's $3.
670.
You get a $3 range.
Oh well, I'm just gonna utilize the 57.75. That's 50. Sorry, 56.75 is my low.
But you get
It's a ballsier prediction because it's within $1, but it's okay. 56.75.
I'm gonna I'm gonna expand it just to try and keep things on a from a day-to-day basis. I'm gonna take the average of those two numbers, and I'm just gonna expand it out for so it's a $3 range.
You can even, to be honest, you can probably go as far as, rather than having those two lines, just punch it out towards the end of the day and create a rectangle.
I'm just gonna keep it where it's at. I like the setup I've got for it. 56 to 57.
Do you want to open up a notepad and put those highs and lows in there in case it deletes itself?
Yeah, I will. So I'm gonna take each one down $1 just to give you that range that we normally have. But
Okay.
I'll put down what you said.
Like the initial. I get super competitive. You're gonna make me compete for a point.
All right. Okay, let's see. So 56.75 to 57.75, correct?
Yeah. I think it was 57.84, sorry. 85, 84, 57.84 to 56, whatever that last number was.
You said 85? It was 75,
yeah,
I thought.
57.85.
Okay.
And the other number is 56.75, I think. Looks like the volume just gets lower and lower these next few days.
I think we'll see a spike up in volume starting tomorrow. If not tomorrow, Monday for sure. Okay, price prediction for May. You're not kidding. You just jumped out of the shower, huh? I just now looked at the video feed. I was like, oh, hey. You sure did just take a shower.
Yeah. Kind of gets the ball rolling. Start my day. I knew you knew. What's his name? Eric Albers.
Is he writing on here?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was just like, man, that is so strange. Turns out you guys have played poker together. I was like, man, this is a very organic interaction right now. It's like this guy's talking a lot. Turns out you guys knew each other.
Yeah, he might come on the show one day. Yeah. See, I don't know if you're watching the feed or not, but I'm looking at what happened just prior to the last spike up in price, and I'm seeing where the volume consolidated and how it reacted, and there was like a period of time where volume started to die off, and it did have a day where it kind of was going down and then went back up slightly and then came back down more and more and more and more. If I had to guess, we're like in the range of like the 19th, 20th, and 21st of May. I'm gonna go on a limb, I think.
I think today's Thursday.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'm gonna increase. I think today's gonna be a green day. Maybe $1.50. So $58, I think, is what we're going to close at today. Which actually, that falls right in line with the options. I don't know if you looked at options or not yet today.
Nope.
Yeah, they're kind of centered around a $58 close for the day, which I agree with. That's where I'm kind of looking at. So I'm gonna go plus or minus $3.50 off of 58. So 59.5 is my upper.
I mean, there's a really, really decent percentage for a breakout today, but I don't think it's gonna happen today. Probably like Friday or Monday.
56.5 for a lower. Is that right? Yeah, that should be right. I feel like okay. All right, so we have a little bit of overlap, not too much. About 70 cents maybe. 65 cents overlap
Mm-hmm.
on both sides. So between you and I, we're covering anywhere between 55.85 and 59.50 for a close to get a point. If I really had to guess, we're going to be fighting for 58.01 today.
Well, good luck to you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Good luck to us. Hopefully we're both wrong and it's like $100. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Oh man, I had a rough night.
Why?
The wife and I were drinking and oof, hit the sauce hard.
You guys celebrating something?
Actually, in a way, roundabout way. Last night was Melissa's last night to drink soda. She's quitting soda. I should probably do it with her. I'm still gonna drink my double shot mochas though. Say again?
Is this like for some 90-day challenge or something?
No, it's just her mom and her were talking, and they decided to cut out sodas. Just try to cut them out altogether. Yeah. So of course, you know, our favorite drink that we drink together is Dr. Pepper and rum. So we went ahead and had ourselves a nice little night last night, and boy, 2 drinks in and I was done.
Yeah.
They were strong drinks, so let me tell you. Knowing that we weren't going to have any for a while, we made them pretty strong. Okay, so on the notes, I have you down as 56.75 to 57.85. And then I put parentheses around that, 55.85 to 58.85. What? Why are you laughing?
Nothing.
What?
I'll just roll with it.
What?
I think you got my numbers wrong.
You go back in the stream. I went ahead and said exactly what you said, and I wrote it down as you were saying it. So, you like, if that's not what you want, what do you want? What do you want? What are your numbers?
It's all right. It's all right. we'll just roll with it, man. It's whatever.
No, what do you want for numbers? Because I want to make sure I get it right. Because I wrote it down as soon as you said it. I typed it out right when
So
you said it.
what was the high end number?
5785.
Okay, yeah, we're good.
All right.
I thought I misheard. Sorry.
No, you said 5675 to 5785. And
Yep.
but I have in parentheses 5585 to 5885 just because giving you that $3 leeway.
Mm.
Boy, when I used to work for Samsung, I don't know if you did this or not, but I had my entire page at work just filled with sticky notes. And it's just you work there and it's just like there's so many little tricks of the trade that nobody tells you, and once you learn it, it's like it's not something you use all the time, but you might have an instance where you run into something and it's a really difficult problem, and then you figure out how to do it, but you may not use it again for 3 months. So you gotta save that information somewhere. So I had sticky notes on my entire. I can't think of a process tech there that didn't have sticky notes on their screen. Not actual physical sticky notes, but you had what?
I had a notebook.
Yeah, we had notebooks too, but if it was on the computer, you could just pull it up that way too. I'm going through the Reddit feed right now, trying to see what's going on.
They're having a sale right now for a rifle I've been staring at for a while. Oh, jeez.
Which one?
It's a custom build. Normally it's like I think 16 or 1700. It's being sold for 1450.
It's really interesting. I was saying this earlier when you kind of at the beginning of the stream. I was covering some of the stuff on Reddit, and people are posting stuff like the S3 withdrawal from form that was submitted yesterday, and in less than 24 hours, Apes figured out that hedge funds were using bonds to short the stock while on the threshold restriction, then spread it like wildfire. This community is amazing and unstoppable. Hedgie is screwed. We knew they were tying synthetic shares to bonds a long time ago. This is not new information. This is really, really old.
Right.
That's why I've been talking forever about MBS's crashing. They're tying these these synthetic shares to mortgage-backed securities for retail property. It's going to be 2008 all over again, except with retail property. I don't understand why everybody thinks this is new information. I think it's just a lot of new people to the party. I don't know.
Yeah, especially right now, it's pretty hard to retain any type of old information. It's not you can have a list of things already known versus the things already not known. How do you add to that list?
Mm-hmm.
Or someone's gonna take the time and read it. There's just so much information.
What do you think about FINRA slamming Robinhood with a $70 million fine?
I don't really know exactly what Robinhood's capital is. 70 million might be a lot for them. It might not be. I don't think it is, considering the who backs them and their timing, their impeccable timing to the market. But I don't know. Whenever they get fined for any amount of money, it always just feels like a slap on the wrist. Considering that if they have billions in backing, it's like 70 million is a slap on the wrist.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like it should go based on a percentage or something. A percentage, I don't know. Rather than it being a flat number, being just like a 30% fine based on annual, I don't know, something that's really hefty where it's like, because it's almost like they knew, but there was all this oversight for it, and then they completely ignored what the right way to do things was. It was like one of those let's do it and then ask questions later kind of things.
Ready, aim, fire, aim, ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. $70 million. Supposedly, it's one of the largest fines handed out by the SEC ever.
Yeah. Normally, I think they're like under 10 million.
I'm wondering if that's going to change, like when AMC does squeeze, if that's going to change how they respond to it. Yeah, I really like Charles Payne. That guy is he's really awesome. I mean, talk about if there's ever a time in my life where I felt like news was actually worthy, this would be it. That guy's reporting on stuff that nobody else will report on.
Such as, what is he reporting on today?
I mean, just everything AMC related. And he's not turning it into like some kind of like, the ape investors are responsible for this and all that kind of stuff. I mean, he's legit reporting it as he sees it. And that sounds like you're like walking like just off camera, and like your sink's like right there in your room or something. That's kind of cool. Is your bathroom like
Yeah,
right there?
Yeah, it actually is.
Okay.
It's the sink is in an open design. The bathroom and shower are in a separate room.
Wait, the sink is separate from the
Yeah,
the
the sink.
shower?
Yeah,
Weird.
sure is. It sure is weird.
Let's do a live stream test on latency. Here we go. Got about a 13, 14 second delay. I feel like we're just waiting for the opening market to happen. The silence before the storm. Oh, you know what? Guess what I go see today?
What?
Black Widow.
Okay. Yeah, a week later. Nice.
Yeah, it was kind of weird how that all went down. We went to go watch the movie, and apparently somehow when we went to go sign up for the tickets, we were signing up for a week later tickets. So we ended up doing something else instead. I don't know how it worked out exactly.
Whew.
Here we go. Some of those are funny. Why is it that every time I see pictures of this guy, he always looks just like a deer caught in headlights or something? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. It's because he's a lizard person. Guess who else has that look? Mark Zuckerberg.
Yep, he sure does. Actually, his is more of a like there is no emotion, like just a straight face. He looks like Data from Star Trek.
Star Trek.
Star Trek. Trek.
No.
They're laying tracks. They're not trekking. I'm gonna do another latency test. I just wanted to check and see. I made a quick adjustment to a couple things that I have using internet. So let's see what happens here. Hopefully it's a little bit faster now. Slightly. Citadel is not too busy right now. This is probably the first time I have ever seen them right on track.
They're like, hey, let's just leave these computers to run all night.
This is absolutely the very first time that I've seen in a very long time where their activity levels are on the normal range. Since you hadn't seen the options earlier, I'll go ahead and pull them up again. So that level of support at $58, there's 20, basically 21,000 options, long options calls at 58 strike. There's a big chunk at the biggest chunk is at $60. There's 39,000 there. I haven't refreshed this, so it might be old data, but. And then as far as the shorts or the puts have the largest amount of support at $50, and the second largest is 55. So if we can keep it over 55, we'll be doing really well. As far as causing them to lose money.
Did you figure out how far in lag we are behind?
Yeah, it was about 14 seconds, I think. I'll check again. It's about 11 seconds now.
Okay, cool.
Earlier I had screenshotted the stonkometer, and there was 0 shares available to borrow. They really kind of took a hit. They started eating those up real quick, like candy, and then currently, where it stands is that there's some back on the market there. So maybe they're trying to cover failure to delivers, like refresh them or something. I don't know how they're playing around with those, but they did loan them out for a period of time. So I just posted to. I wonder if there's a way to make these like permanent posts. I don't know how to do that, but I said, "Good morning, you fine apes. Drop us a question if you would like us to talk about something specific."
What do you mean make it permanent?
Like I think there's ways to like make sure that like when somebody comes into the feed that they see that at the very top of the chat, where it shows up first.
Don't
I'm not sure.
they?
I don't think so. Oh wait, there's yeah, I can pin the message. All right, I'm pinning it. That's what it is. I just pinned the message. All right, so for those of you who are watching, on Webull here, on my Webull chart, the blue lines represents John's predictions for the day. He's got a low of 55.85 and a high of 58.85. He has a tighter prediction that he had made, which was 56.75 to 57.85, but due to our tally rule set, he's allowed to have up to $3 range, so I spread it out. I'm predicting that we're going to close just slightly over 58, so I'm doing a price range of 56.50 to 59.50. I think that's my prediction in the purple, violet, whatever color you want to call that. How do you see that color? Just out of curiosity.
I see a purple and kind of like a dark bluish line.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm the purple. John got a point yesterday. He is ahead of me now. I'm gonna beat you. I'm gonna get you back. We both missed the first day that we started tracking.
It was beginner's luck, I guess.
Yeah. Well, somebody had to break the ice. You got it by 33 cents. It was pretty close. It's all that expertise in analysis. Your TA expertise. And the day before, I was off by like 20 cents, if I remember correctly. I was really close, but that doesn't cut it. Not horseshoes or hand grenades or nukes. What do you think today? Do you think that we're going to launch at opening, or do you think that we're going to get attacked, shorted at open?
Let me see.
Yesterday was a launch.
I think today's going to be a launch.
Yesterday was a short launch. It was,
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. A short launch.
Yeah, yesterday at about 4 minutes after we launched, we proceeded to head down for the next 9 minutes or so. Man, it is just dead. Volume 200K. I feel like the reason we're seeing such low volume is just there's just not enough investors willing to buy at $57. You know, like they're just not. We're not hitting a price point that's ideal for everybody to jump in on.
So if it goes up to like 1,000 or 200 or whatever, what's to say that they're not going to do the same thing?
What you mean, like as the price goes up to that amount? At that point, they're going to be covering,
Yeah.
right? So we're not. It's not retail investors that you're looking to buy. It's the hedge funds. They're the ones buying at that point.
What if you wanted to accumulate more shares?
And you're going to pay $1,000 a piece?
Yeah, that's insane, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you got the money, go for it. Because I'm convinced it'll be more than that. I definitely think that. I think for a very, very long time I've been saying that I think we can easily hit 2,300. I think ever since I've been talking to you about this stock. I think 2,300 has been my target. But I think we can hit 10,000. Absolutely. You know, a lot of people are saying 100K, 500K. That's fine. I don't think those are really realistic numbers, but that's, you know, we can all just hope for it. I'll hold till then. As long as our numbers do what they're supposed to do, based on the modeling that I've done, I will definitely hold on to those kind of numbers. If we hit 1,000, I'll buy one share. At least one. What you thinking, John?
About
I don't know. What's going on in your head?
because of my ADD, I'm watching a video on how does a carburetor work. Transparent carburetor at 28,500 frames per second.
Is that exciting?
Yeah, I mean, I like learning new things, and right now, pre-market, it's gonna be pre-market, you know.
Yeah. I'm going to post it up here again. That's why I'm here. Oh, didn't show you. I showed everybody else, but I didn't show you. The on-loan average age per day is still continuing upwards.
Mhm.
So it's solidifying even more that trend that I was talking about. And our volume obviously is decreasing still. Failure to delivers. I believe that there's a few extra reports in here that weren't in there as of yesterday. Not as quite as high in numbers as I would have expected. I really anticipated that, especially in that spike to $77, that we would have seen a lot more failure to delivers during that time. Do you remember that really big day where we had like 500,000 call options that made it into the money? Do you remember what day that was? Was that the 23rd?
I don't remember.
me check and see.
Speaking.
I don't know if I can look that up. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go hit the restroom real quick, but I don't want to get too excited during the pre-market. Or I mean, at open.
All right.
I will be right back. Do me a favor and see if you can find the call options expiring each day from like the past month or so, because I'm pretty sure it was like within the last month that we had those 500,000 call options that expired. I will be back. So I'm back. Real quick before you tell me that information, but so there's this guy on Weeble who posts these pictures, and I'll see if I can blow this one up a little bit here to put on the
Actually, I
screen.
didn't find the link, but I found something a little more interesting.
Okay, let me show this real quick here. Make sure I get this on the camera good. So this dude, like, I've been following him. Has some of the coolest art. I would love to like turn into like t-shirt art or something like that, like later on down the road. But he basically takes like the stock and then draws pictures in. That might be a little blurry. I don't know if you can make that out or not. But it's basically a pterodactyl sitting in a nest eggs guarding it. That's probably really hard to see, and it doesn't do it any justice. But he posts this stuff on Weeble all the time. I'm actually probably find it. Where can you go to the chat messages on? I know how to do it through the app, but I'm not sure how to do it through. Because like when I do it on the app and I click on my messages in the app, the community assistant, normally it goes straight to the message, or the person, but I can't seem to do that on the app in the computer. Do you know how to do that?
No. I don't use it to that extent.
I wish I knew how to check out the community forum. Anyways, I threw a shout out to him, letting him know that I really like his stuff. He should come and talk to us sometime. I would love to have him on here and just talk about. He's got a band. Actually, it's really kind of funny. I had never even really thought about this until just now, and I realized his name on Weeble is Musical ADD, which maybe subconsciously somehow I added that in when we did AMC and ADD. So I don't know. But yeah, dude's.
He's gonna be like, yeah. We're a well-established YouTube channel. You should come on board and talk to us.
Yeah, I mean, we all have ADD, right? That's what we have in common. So why not? All right, let's see what you got for a link here. Short interest ratio. So they're saying that dollar volume sold short. There's $5 billion that they've sold short, or they've lost $5 billion since when? When does this say by? It just says in overall, they've lost $5 billion, I guess, for the year.
Yeah, but look at the price on report dates.
Oh, okay. So that's going to be the big day that I was talking about. It's going to be the one that's probably the highest. 21. Man, that's just escalating, isn't it? Let me put it up on the screen so everybody can see this. So
Oh, you need to disable your overlay.
yeah.
You don't have to delete it.
I'm not. I'm just.
OBS.
Yeah, I know. There we go. Yeah, so dollar volume sold short. So like basically from the 14th to the 28th, they more than doubled the amount, and again then doubled the amount from the 28th to the 15th. And we don't even have the data yet for the end of the month, which would probably end up being doubling again, which would be $10 billion. Holy crap. That's a lot of money. Total shares sold short. Yeah, I want the calls though. How many calls did we have? It's gotta be the week that we had the biggest number jump. Let me see here. Probably the 28th. Interesting. That's a really interesting page. I like that. It makes me want to keep it up. Is it live updating or is it just an article? Looks like an article.
It might be pulling
Nope.
from some.
It is MYSE AMC short interest. So yeah, it is. I'm gonna hold on to that page because we can get live updates from that, and we should be getting another one here on shortly. Should be really soon.
Nice.
Holding on to that page. What? I can send a page to my iPhone? How does that work?
Send a page to your iPhone?
Yeah. No shit. That is awesome. I love that. That's a new feature. I didn't. Thank you, Google. That is awesome.
You can send a page to your iPhone using Weeble, you said?
No. Like you said, you're not using Google Chrome, so it probably won't work for you. But you know, since I am using Google Chrome, if I right-click on a tab, I can. It gives me the option to send it to my iPad or my iPhone. I can send it to either. That is freaking awesome. Love technology. Here, I'll show you. I'll drag it over. If I right-click on it, down at the kind of midway, it says send to your devices. It's right there.
Oh, that's cool.
Very. I do like that. You know what? It's water time. I think I need to go refill. After last night's drinking, holy moly, I'm going to need it today. Be right back.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. I got the breakfast of champions. Can you see that? Oh yeah. Mm.
Donuts.
Go nuts for donuts. About 24 minutes left, 23 minutes left to open. I heard Bill Cosby got let out.
He did.
I say why?
Nah, I just saw it on my headlines. Didn't read it.
I don't think he served his time yet.
I don't think he was ever gonna stay in jail for very long.
Why's that?
Because money.
His money.
Yeah, I mean, once you have that kind of money, it's like you're gonna pay for lawyers, you're gonna pay for all kinds of people to get you out. I mean, you know?
Hmm.
How many celebrities do you hear doing some kind of a life sentence or some kind of a crime that they've been accused of? You know, that they're guilty and for whatever reason.
And they served the entire time.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta agree with that. You know, I can't really think of any offhand, but I'm sure there's got to be some out there.
I'm gonna AFK a second so I can watch this dang video.
Okay. In the meantime, I'm gonna continue to look up call options history. I gotta figure this out. Was it June 25th? I am trying to look up. Morning, Eric. Didn't see the message till just now. June 18th, $40 strikes were the best for us. Okay, let me pull it up. I've actually found a page. I'm going to put it on the main screen now. I found a great page for this. But I'm still trying to figure out exactly how to read the data. Because this makes it look like there's just everything you could possibly think of here as far as data goes. This is a lot of data to filter through, so I'm going to have to figure out how I want to sort it. Probably by strike. I wonder if these are actually completed. I haven't even clicked on one of these yet. I wonder if they're completed orders. Interesting. This is something I'll probably do offline later and go through and like see if I can compile some kind of master chart of how many, because basically the reason I'm talking about this right now is it looks to me like we've got some new data on Ortex as far as failure to delivers. I don't recall there being the failure to delivers listed here. It's possible that they were, but I just don't remember it. I would have expected this number to be a lot larger. But it could be that we're waiting for that from the spike up in price right here. We could be waiting for that data to fill in over here. Or they're just cooking the books still. Was June 18th the day that we had like 500,000 call options in the money? Eric, if you're watching still. Oh yeah, absolutely. So this is I'm not even really sure. I'll just go ahead and post that in the comment section though. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because if 18th was the day, and it's 15 days, then we should see like in the next 3 days or so, that data should get reported on Ortex, if I had to guess. I don't think we'll have to, or we may have to wait till mid July to see the data. But that's going to be, if I had to imagine, this spike way back here in what was that? February? No, January. That spike from this price hike right here, the spike that's going to come up over here is just going to absolutely make this chart look stupid ridiculous. If I had to guess. You know, I've been doing a lot of I guess research on content creation, and I'm noticing that a lot of feeds like will have some kind of like intro presentation, and they don't actually get started with the content for like about 6 seconds into the feed, which I don't know why that is exactly, but it's interesting. Mid-July, from what I heard, okay, is when we'll see the full data. Yeah, I was hoping that that wasn't the case, but I would like to see it before, because I think we're going to see some major price action starting next week. So that's unfortunate, because I would have loved to have seen that data before the price action happens. Whatever. Price movement. I think we're gonna have a green launch today. I think that's for opening market. I'm anticipating a green launch, so I'm gonna play the intro just because I'm really feeling positive about today. So we'll do the countdown for that. Hey John, can you say something real quick?
Yeah, what's up? What do you
Okay.
want me to say?
I wanted to see if your audio output was
My
the
volume?
same. Yeah, no, I wanted to see if your audio output was the same as my desktop audio, but it's separate. I just want to make sure.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I wanted to make sure that if I was muting my desktop noise, that it wouldn't mute you as well. Not paid advertisement, but Bob Ross wants you to have a positive energy drink today. Not a bad drink. It's blueberry. I had it a couple days ago, but I'm keeping the can just because I really like Bob Ross. I like him staring at me all day long. Hedge funds doing their darndest to knock the price down before the opening. Citadel was not very busy earlier. Looks like they're really busy now. T-minus 4 minutes and counting to launch. Or at least my countdown anyways. John's predictions for the day: 55.85 to 58.85. Mine 56.50 to 59.50. John with one tally mark ahead of me. I'm not going to let myself live that down. Here comes the volume. Pump up the volume. I think both John and I have bullish expectations for the price today. Oh yeah, look at that volume. Now we're talking. Starting to see some movement here. As Trey likes to say, this is not a dead cat. Not a dead cat. Not by any means. One minute to production. All right, guys, let's enjoy a launch this morning. Shall we? We shall.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Wrong way.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Forward leg now at estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Dead silence. Dude, dropping like a rock. Oh no, we're outside my price range.
Whose price range is that? Yours?
Yeah. But I think, yeah, mine's higher than yours, so you should still be good. Yeah, you are. I got paid interest in my 401 or my Fidelity account. I don't think I've seen that before. There's our green candlestick. I played the launch too early. Next time I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. Well, I mean, I did see green candlesticks going into open. It was a hunch. That was wrong. What you thinking, John?
Nothing. I'm still trying to find a new carry. Remember the
I
quest for the new carry?
thought you had one.
I do. I'm looking to sell it to get into a different one.
That one that you just picked up that's like your favorite gun now?
What? No, the one, the Sig with the red dot. Looking to sell that one. Pick up a new one, or another brand.
The PDP.
Nah, it's too thick, man.
That's what she said.
Okay.
Please, Eric says, please hold above 57. Eric, do you got a price prediction for the day? You want to put one in?
So first in, first out. That means I can sell my older shares, right? First?
You shouldn't be selling shares.
No, I mean selling. So these shares,
You're talking
my
about
cost basis.
something else. You're talking about different, not AMC, right?
No. I'm talking about AMC. These are cost basis at $75. If I were to take the loss on them and then buy back in right now, because it looks like it's doing pretty well, would that be considered a wash sale?
I have no idea.
I'm trying to lower my cost average is why.
Cost average is only tax related, remember?
Oh, right.
It has nothing to do
Derp.
with your anything other than having to do with taxes.
Oh. Huh. Guess we're all learning here. Never mind then.
Eric's hoping for a 5701 close. That's what he thinks his price prediction is. Okay, so the
Hello.
average. So if you just look up cost average basis meaning, right? It says
Uh-huh.
the average cost basis method is a way of calculating the value of mutual fund positions to determine the profit or loss for tax reporting. The average cost is calculated by dividing the total amount in dollars invested in a mutual fund position by the number of shares owned.
But wouldn't you want your cost
No, cost basis
average
is
to be lower?
no higher is better, right? Like let's say for example, if your cost average basis is really high compared to your exiting point, then it's compared to a lower number, then that's the amount that you're paying on taxes, right? So the higher it is, the better it is because you're paying less in taxes, right? But let's say, for example, that you were trading, you're doing swing trades on like just some other random stock. You're going to get charged the same amount in taxes, regardless of when you're trading in or when you're trading out. It has nothing to do with your cost average basis has no reflection on what you're going to be paying in taxes because at that point you've done wash sales like you were talking about.
Oh, okay.
So
I guess I was trying to get the more percentage gain, but that makes sense.
cost basis is the original value or purchase price of an asset or investment for tax purposes. The cost basis value is used in the calculation of capital gains or losses, which is the difference between the selling price and the purchase price. So like I was saying, higher the number compared to the exit point that you exit, the less of a gain that you have. So the higher the number, the better, right?
Okay.
Ah, shoot. The lawnmower guy's here. Or at least it sounds like it.
Oh, there goes my gains for the day. More red days.
I gotta figure out how to change my Venmo so that it's hooked up to a card. I'm having a hard time doing that. What do you use for like a Cash App the most?
PayPal.
PayPal? Why do you like PayPal?
I don't know. I don't really use a whole lot of Cash Apps. Currently I have Cash App, PayPal, and that's it. I try not to use Cash Apps, but I understand their reason for existence.
So Eric Albert says psychologically, if you like to see a lower cost average, go for it. When this thing moons, it won't even matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric says he uses Venmo. I think I've used Venmo a couple of times, but I'm just not quite sure like how to attach a card to it. Settings. Oh, here it is. All right. I will be right back. I gotta do this real quick. Yeah. So in my neighborhood, they're putting down oil on the road, right? I wonder if I have that paper still. No, I don't have the paper. So they're putting down this oil, and then they put sand over the oil. What the heck is that for? What does that do?
I don't know.
It's a seal coat. What a rough start this morning.
Looks like it was a rough start for everybody.
Yeah. Other than the spike that we had at 937 to 942, I'd say it's a downwards channel. But I'd have to zoom. Let me zoom out here a little bit and see what it's looking like. Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could start one right now, but
if you put it on the 5-minute or even the 30-minute, it's definitely a downwards channel.
There's not enough supporting information. 4 people watching, dude.
Woohoo! Hey, 4 people.
What's happening?
Where's everybody from? Oh, we had somebody in from Oklahoma yesterday. That was kind of cool.
In Tulsa, right?
Yeah, I didn't know where that was.
Arizona?
No, it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't Tulsa. It was someplace in Oklahoma. It wasn't Tulsa though. If Tulsa's in Arizona, then it wasn't that. Man, they are driving this price down. Looks like I might have to buy some more. Let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, I got some money here. $64.03. Oh, they're gonna bounce the price up now. I was just getting ready to buy. Be like that, hedge funds. Don't bother me one way or the other. Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me.
There's not a whole lot of action going on today.
Talk to me about anything.
Oh, let's see. What's new? Picked up 5,000 rounds of 22. Picked up 2,000 rounds of 9mm. Looking to buy a new concealed carry. And potentially a new rifle. In bolt action. And maybe build out one of my other semis.
Eric's making fun of me because I don't know what freaking geographical places it was. It was Tulsa and it was Oklahoma.
Oh, wow. Maybe he meant me. I don't know.
I don't freaking know where Tulsa is. I never fucking been there. I mean, I've traveled all over the U.S. I really have, and I I don't think I've ever been through Tulsa though. Is that even like? I'm gonna have to pull it. You know, so my son and I, he's in the military in the Air Force, and he's getting out of his. He's done with basic training, and right now he's doing his learning. I forget what they call it.
AIT.
The schooling that they do before he heads off to his post. But we're not sure where he's going to get stationed yet, and I probably shouldn't even say anything about where it's going to be. But it's going to require us to drive quite a distance to get there. And he asked me if I wanted to do a road trip with him because he has an extended period of time between bases that he has to get there. And he thought it'd be fun to do a road trip. So I'm like, heck yeah, let's do it. I ain't doing anything else right now. so we're going to be doing a road trip. And, you know, if this is still going on when that happens, I guess I'll be doing on the road live streams. But anyways, I'm pulling out a map right now. And let me see if Tulsa's someplace that we'll head through. Potentially.
Oh. Yeah, I think I was getting them mixed up, Eric. Between Tuscan and Tulsa.
Tucson. Tuscan.
Tucson. Whatever, man. I'm not from there. I don't know.
That's funny, though. Let's see. Tulsa. Yeah, it's a possibility we could be traveling through there to head to where we're going. Very, very possible. Because we had talked about hitting places like, well, actually, I can say this. We actually don't know which direction we're going. It could be one of two directions. But we were talking about stopping in places like Nashville, Tennessee, St. Louis, Louisville. But if we have to go the other direction, then we'd be hitting...
Wait. Did you say Louisville?
Louisville.
Isn't it Louisville?
Louisville.
Look at this.
Louisville.
Look at this noob.
Okay, Tucson.
Oh yeah, I might go over to Point Blank to go look up some, see what they have there, just so I can get a pistol in hand, in case I go out and sell the other pistol.
You think they'll have what you want?
No, I mean they might not, but at least I have an option in case they do. I'm trying to narrow down between which ones I want.
Eric, if you're still watching, let me see if he might still be watching. I find this
He's
very...
laughing at us because we don't know our geography and how to pronounce these names.
I'm just realizing we were talking about the casinos yesterday, and we went and played in a casino in Choctaw. Well, that's the name of the casino, is Choctaw Casino. But I'm looking at the map right now, and it actually says that that's the Choctaw Nation. The Choctaw Nation is actually to the more east, which I find amusing for some reason or another. I'm not sure why, but yeah. So the Choctaw Casino is actually in Choctaw. It says Chickasaw. 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 Chickasaw Nation.
You know Point Blank has their inventory online?
I don't think so. I think they have some of their inventory online. I don't know if they have all of it.
Okay.
Like, I think if you actually went to the store, you'd see more.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Seven Nation Army? Wait a minute, hold on a second. You know the Seven Nation Army song by the White Stripes? And in the song lyrics, it says, "I'm going to Wichita." Doesn't it say I'm going to Wichita?
Wichita, far, far away.
Let me see.
I'm
Yeah.
going to Wichita, far from this opera, forevermore.
Yeah, so Wichita Falls is just below Chickasaw Nation. Chickasaw Nation. Seven Nation Army. So is that where they're talking about? Is Oklahoma? Because there's like, I see Seminole Nation,
He said
Choctaw Nation.
Kansas.
I see at least 4 nations, if not 5. So if they're calling it Seven Nation, if the song is Seven Nation Army, then is that what it's in reference to? I've never made that connection before. Okay, I see Wichita, Kansas. But still, I mean, all those reservations in Oklahoma. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see at least 6. I don't know where the 7th one would be.
Holy shit, this pistol's expensive. Eric says, no, Wichita, Kansas. Wichita Falls is in Texas.
Right.
Kansas is the bordering northern state of Oklahoma.
Interesting. There's our breakout going up. Stay safe, Eric. Don't text and drive. Be better to keep you alive than typing out messages to us. He's got a really interesting job. One day when he comes on on the live cast. It'd be interesting to have him talk about it.
What industry does he work in?
Self.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll let him talk about it. I don't know if he wants to or not, but it's definitely very interesting. I can say that. Man, I am going to be absolutely besides myself if it closes like just underneath my number a second time. That'll really piss me off. That's like
Why?
3 days in a row that I missed it by like, less than a quarter. Actually, yesterday I didn't miss it by a quarter. You were just barely in. I missed it by. I don't remember how much I missed it by. I didn't write it down, so. But I want to say I feel like it was close. I know the first day that we started tracking on Monday. Was it Monday? Yeah. I think the first day we started tracking. No, it was Tuesday. I was off by like 20 cents. It was really close. We had a nice W formation. George W. RSI on the 30-minute is currently at 44.17. On the 5-minute is 46.55. Plenty of room for growth. I wonder if our utilization, I'm going to go ahead and post this up over here on the other screen. I wonder if our utilization is dropping right now due to numbers being cooked on the books, or if it's an actual real drop in utilization. Because I know there's a lot of people out there who are saying time is not an issue, and I've always been adamant that I think that we have a lot of people who are entering into this market with AMC with based off of FOMO, right? And they may be losing money right now because they got in the 60s, and I think the more time that passes, the more some of those guys are going to start becoming paper hands and folding. The main group of us that matters are holding. We know why. We know what's going to end up happening, regardless. But it's just kind of interesting to see the utilization drop like it is. I mean, if they are selling, if there are legitimate paper hands selling, that is definitely giving shares back to the hedge funds to use however they choose. But our short interest dropped a little bit. It was 19, I think, something yesterday, 19.18, and today it's 18.24. We're in the green. And guess whose price point just got it into the green? Mark me up for a tally point. Come on, keep this up. Oh, hey, concealed carry in this state. They were talking about it yesterday. September 1st.
Well, what about it?
Supposedly that's when it's going to go into law, like when you can start carrying legally.
But I can already do that.
No. I'm talking about the average person.
I don't like that. I mean, granted, it's great for Second Amendment activists or whatever. It's just not. It gives people the false sense of security and hope that they're safer. Because a lot of people, you have to understand that a lot of people, unlike you and I, they have firearms and they think that because they have them, they're innately safer because of them. Without proper training and like practice, they're just as dangerous as the next person, you know? It's like letting a child drive a car. They might have the car, but if they don't have enough experience behind the wheel, they're not going to understand what to do, which inherently makes them more dangerous to me.
I get that perspective. However, do you really feel like you got enough training in getting your concealed carry license to actually make a difference? Like I don't. I didn't learn anything from that at all.
Well, that's the thing, right? I don't just stop there. I'm still taking classes, so it's a matter of, are you still actively trying to improve, learn, shoot behind barricade,
No, I know, but you're
all
saying
that other stuff.
you're saying that that the somehow a license is going to make it better, and it doesn't. I don't really feel like that. I mean, it just makes it a couple extra hurdles for you to jump through to have that
Sure.
ability.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I understand that. I definitely didn't say that having a license makes you better because I know people with licenses that don't practice, right? That
Yeah,
don't go to the range,
right.
put in the time. But now you're just giving a blanket statement to, hey, if you're a legal gun owner, you know, then you can constitutionally carry it regardless.
Yeah.
Now you're just putting more people on the board for that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens to crime statistics in the state once that happens.
Mm, I think crime is still going to be there.
I'm not
When
suggesting it's
you
going to go
when
away.
I mean when you remove general police force, any type of like, yeah, when you're going to remove police force, that you're pretty much expecting crime to go rampant.
Do you feel like there's a possibility that you'll come into a situation where you'll have to use the gun be more likely to use the gun because of this?
Because of
Just more people
no,
carrying.
no. I mean, if uh, you know that saying when people are gonna rise to the occasion. This is something that like most people I think don't understand is that people think they're gonna rise to the occasion. They're only gonna rise to the level of their skill.
Hmm.
You know, and my skill is far from a lot of the guys that I know that I shoot with. It just
Yeah.
really depends. But like the main priority, if let's say there's an active shooter situation, you don't know all of the details. You don't know what's really going on. If you hear anything, your main priority is to get you and your family to a safe place. Your job isn't to head into the firefight because you don't know all of the variables, you know?
Hmm. Yeah, that makes me think
And
of a particular video that I saw where the guy, a guy had, it was a husband, I think it was husband, wife, or boyfriend, girlfriend, I don't know what it was, but it was a duo, and they walked into a supermarket. The guy walked in ahead of her, and he shot off a gun or something like that. Was walking through the supermarket, and somebody who was concealed carrying started to confront him, and didn't notice the lady that was with him, who was also armed,
right.
and she comes up behind him and
Yeah,
just
I
shoots
think I
the
saw
guy.
that video too.
Yeah, she killed him. She killed the guy, that was there, that was gonna try and prevent things from happening. So yeah, absolutely. You don't know what the situation's going to present.
And potentially there's just so much mayhem. Like it's already bad enough that police accidentally kill a guy that just killed a criminal, right? I mean, sure, there's both two tragic events going on, a criminal dying and then obviously the good guy dying because the cops will enter the scene, they don't know who's who,
Right.
and that guy will get shot, and now you have a bunch of other people concealed carrying. Their situational awareness might not be as good, or it might be worse than yours. Who knows?
Yeah.
So let's say something happens, you have to discharge your firearm. The next guy that comes around the corner, he's got no clue, but he's got a gun. He just sees you standing there over a guy with another gun. You know the other dude's shot.
That's always been my biggest fear. If you're concealed carrying, is that if you had to confront somebody with the gun, and say, for example, that you didn't subdue them, but you did have them at gunpoint, and you were trying to wait for the police to arrive, and let's say you didn't shoot. The first thing that's going to happen as soon as they get there is they're going to see you pointing a gun at somebody, trying to hold them in, captivity, or keep them in place, and they're going to shoot you. They're not going to wait. And I've always thought about, like, what would I do? I mean, you can't just force somebody to stick around or something like that. You can't. I don't know. There's just so many different variables on what could happen.
Right.
Or if you shot somebody, right? Like, at what point would you set your gun down on the ground?
Yeah, there was actually something in the news recently where one guy went out and shot a cop in the head, and then another guy shot him dead, and then the police show up and shoot the guy that shot the criminal, killed him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think everything's kind of a learning thing. Once you figure out everything's good and you're safe, is when you should probably sit down somewhere and or surrender your firearm. I mean, it's the situation is dynamic, so it's really hard to kind of, understand that hey, the threat's been, neutralized, I guess. At which point do you put your gun down, potentially having it taken by somebody else?
Right.
I
Yeah.
don't know. It's a little crazy, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know that I'd feel safe putting my gun on the ground right away. They never talked about that in concealed carry class.
The concealed carry class is just to teach you the basic laws and
I know,
regulations and.
but they didn't say, like, hey, what do you do if you confront somebody? You end up shooting them. What do you do? They didn't talk about that. They did actually. The person who taught the class that I did online, that it was a police officer. And he said you should probably not have your gun in your hand when they show up. But he didn't say anything
Hey,
beyond that. You know, like
check it out, dude.
what's that?
Look at where the market's at right now compared to the two lines we have up.
Yeah, it's right there. It's making all kinds of nice figurines inside of our gap.
Yeah.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say our two lines were levels of support and resistance.
Right.
Yeah, this is going to be another yawner day for sure. I can almost guarantee for tomorrow, since I have to do price prediction first tomorrow, I'm pretty sure that my price prediction is going to be much higher than what I have today. I'll probably end up shooting for like, I don't know, if I had to guess, somewhere between like 59.50 and 62.50. Just guessing. Somebody posted, these are toxic MMs, the end is near. Link in comments. These are toxic MMs. They believe the end is near. Okay, I'm curious. I'm gonna click the link. I'm gonna share this. I'm just gonna put this up here for now. Oh, you know what? I don't think I ever turned back on the tally markers. I'll turn those back on after I get done with this. So these are toxic MMs market makers. The end is near. Link in comments. This old blog post describes these types of market makers, especially Puma. Read this shit. I believe the end is near. So this is posted by MGUSF 1590. I'm going to click on the link. The three C's, Citadel Securities, Canaccord Genuity, and Cantor Fitzgerald, are almost always on a ticker together with the four more trusted sources mentioned above. While they are rarely toxic diluters, they can be heavy short sellers at times, taking advantage of good thing, which is part of the game. Puma will be looking to accomplish is one of two things, either accumulating ahead of an anticipated public event or a short covering before a possible move to the upside. Either way, this battle can last weeks and make seeing them atop the bid ask of a ticker one you will only want to enter if it's understood you could be there for a while. Okay, so what is this saying now? Puma is on the bid at $40.88. And on the ask for $71.82. This is killing my ADD. Interesting. Yeah, I plan on putting some DD together for the vote. But I'm probably not going to post it until later I guess later this month. I think last time I started talking about it way too early. I think one of the interesting things that hardly anybody's talking about is Ernst & Young, our bookkeepers essentially for the company, have some really, really bad past history, more recent past history. And it's kind of scaring me a little bit about why we want to ratify them as our bookkeepers. Nobody's saying anything about that at all. As an example, I'll pull it over real quick and we'll just do a search on. It's called EY. EY news. So let's see here. Okay, so scanning down the page, I'm just looking for news, in particular for EY. And Wow, it seems like they've scrubbed all the really bad information that I found on them like 2 months ago. Oh, most of these are like a couple hours ago. That's why. Yeah. All right. So this is 1 week ago. Here we go. And this is just an example of one of the many mistakes that they've been making lately. German lawmakers presenting a report Tuesday into the collapse of the payment processing company Wirecard, accused of the country's finance minister and auditors Ernst & Young of numerous oversight failings. Wirecard filed for protection from creditors through insolvency proceeding last year after admitting that 1.9 billion euros supposedly held in the trust accounts in the Philippines probably didn't exist. Yeah, I mean, if you just go and you research EY, they have had in the last year some of the most horrific financial blunders anybody has seen for a company that's doing the books for other companies. A finance company that's keeping records for all these companies, and they're losing track of billions of dollars. It's absolutely ridiculous. And we want to make them
Well, you know why.
huh?
You know why
Well, yeah, I
you know
mean,
why they're employing these people.
I mean, I have my suspicions, but I don't want to, I don't want AMC, cooking their books. Wow. I mean, wow.
Wow.
Wow. Are you insinuating? Wow. Yeah. AMC's playing number games right now. Absolutely.
I mean, seeing as how they're not let's theoretically and hypothetically, let's say AA isn't really playing with us with the apes. He wants those 25 million shares before the squeeze. He hasn't been forthcoming about it,
Mm.
And then all this stuff comes out, and it doesn't look good for why he wants those 25 million shares. So who's to say that he's employing these other people to, let's say, hypothetically, to cook the books? I mean, we're just theory crafting here.
Mm.
If a person's going to be a shitbag for one thing, what makes you think he's not going to be a shitbag for the next thing? I'm not saying that AA is a shitbag. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, if, let's say, somebody's a dickbag.
Well, let's say hypothetically, you wanted to show. I mean, because in statistics they always say that you can make anything look the way that you want to have it look. If you using statistics, you can just kind of manipulate the numbers to make them look however you want. So what if Adam Aaron wanted to make the numbers look a certain way? Who's he gonna hire? Is he gonna hire the credible company to come in and look at his books, or is he gonna hire the non-credible company that will let things kind of go by and just be like, oh, whatever, if you say it's there, it's there. And that's exactly.
And the question is, why would he want to do that?
To show financials are better than they might really be. That's. I wouldn't put that past any CEO. It shows strength.
But, like, do you think he's doing that because the retail investors care so much about the state of affairs for AMC?
I mean, we care, but I don't think that we look at that as an indicator as to whether or not we should be here or not, to stay. I know I'm not.
Because I'm looking at this from a investor standpoint, since I have other stocks and stuff like that, that I have invested in. This is from an investor standpoint.
Yeah,
You obviously want to put money into a stock that is going to do well, not so much in the sense that you're having to incur a bunch of squeezes and dips and drops and stuff gets crazy. Sure, you can swing trade on it, but that's not my market, right? My market's long term.
yeah.
Like as an example, Adam being an investor in AMC, do you think he's got the time to be swing trading AMC? You know, once and if after the squeeze, you're looking at like potential X variant for like an X variable time. You don't know when this thing is gonna happen, right?
Right.
We can theory craft all we want, but we thought it was gonna happen a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
And since then it's been, I've estimated like maybe 2 or 3 months out. So how many people can have their money submerged into something like that? You know, and most normies have put less than $1,000 in. You know.
Mm.
And then of course you got your paper hands trying to make that quick buck. So hypothetically, I mean, would AMC be a good company to invest in once they cook the stats?
I mean, AMC is going to be a great company to invest in after a squeeze. Why? Because Apes will approve the 25 million shares. They'll be able to sell them for probably, I'm just guessing here, but it's somewhere in the range of $150 a share. And, you know, if you do the math on that, that's $3.7 billion. It's almost enough money to wipe out their debt. So investor-wise, after the squeeze, I think, but right now,
Here's the thing, right? AA had the chance to wipe out his debt already. He's had actually numerous occasions to do that.
right. And he doesn't sound
But he
like he's
didn't.
planning on, yeah, he doesn't sound like he's planning on doing it in the future either. If I had to guess, he's going to use the money to buy more theaters.
Right. So,
which is probably a terrible move in my opinion, but that's me. Yeah, especially with the
right. So
mortgage-backed securities, if the market falls out on properties, retail properties, he's gonna buy up a whole bunch of properties that are gonna be half price in a year or two, and that'll just
I mean,
be.
I understand that our opinion on what we think AA is gonna do and all and his, you know, how it's affected with the apes and everything. It's not a very popular opinion, obviously, because everybody seems to be all up AA's butt about he's here for the apes. But it's like, if he's here for the apes, why hasn't he done anything for the apes since then, other than have 1 or 2 interviews?
I mean, to this day, I still don't understand why we haven't had a share count, an actual share count. We've had a. It's not even a share count. Like, we've had a investor
No,
count, but
yeah,
not a
weren't they
not a
supposed to
share count.
disclose that?
No, they did, and he disclosed there was 4.1 million investors, but he didn't say how many shares there were. Right? We haven't had an actual
Right.
share count, and I know there's ways for them to do that. I know that they can pull back their shares. I think there's certain events that can occur that they can do that. Like as an example, you could split the stock. I think splitting a stock would recall the shares. I don't know. There's ways to do it, and it hasn't been done. And I still don't understand why. There might even be a way for all the investors to tally up a request to have it done, and we haven't done that, and I don't understand why.
Well, I guess potentially because he doesn't want people to know how diluted their share is.
That'd be a great thing. I would think.
Not really. You lose value in your share when that happens. I mean,
So wait. So
I
what
don't
you're
know.
telling what you're
I'm very black and white. So I mean, there could be a gray area that I'm missing here.
so if you
But
have, let's say for example that you have right now we have a little over 500 million shares outstanding that we know of, right? So let's say they come back, they do an actual share count, and they go, oh, hey, look, we've got 2 billion. I'll just throw a random number out. We have 2 billion shares outstanding. Doesn't that make the shares worth more? Because if there's only 500 and there's 2 on the books, there's only supposed to be 500, but there's 2 billion of them out there, then that means that they have to they could get rid of 1.5 billion shares, and it would make those, in order to get rid of them, it would make the value of the other ones go up. Because they have to be redistributed until everybody's even.
I'll just send you an article. It might cover more of the gray area than I'm willing to explain. You know, I told you I ran out of coffee like a week ago.
Yeah.
So I was just waking up, and then I just have some water or some sweet tea or something. That doesn't obviously do any good for me. But yeah, just give that a read.
Okay, but see, dilution is when a company increases the amount of shares, right? But they haven't increased anything, right? That your actual shares outstanding are 500 million, right? But if you have, okay, I'll just keep reading. Actually, I'll put it over so that everybody can read this.
Oh, are you gonna read it out loud?
I guess I could. Dilution occurs when a company issues new shares that result in a decrease in existing stockholders' ownership percentage of the company. Stock dilution can also occur when holders of stock options, such as company employees or holders of other optionable securities, exercise their options. When the number of shares outstanding increases, each existing stockholder owns a smaller or diluted percentage of the company, making each share less valuable. A share of stock represents equity ownership in the company. When a firm's board of directors decides to take their company public, usually through an initial public offering, they authorize the number of shares that will be initially offered. This amount of outstanding stock is commonly referred to as the float. If that company later issues additional stock, often called secondary offerings, they have increased the float and therefore diluted their stock. The shareholders who bought the original IPO now have a smaller ownership stake in the company than they did prior to the new shares being issued, which I fully understand. Like, that makes sense. Understanding dilution. Dilution is simply a case of cutting the equity cake into more pieces. There will be more pieces, but each will be smaller, so you will get your piece of the cake, only that if it will be smaller portion of the total. Okay, all right. So let's use that cake example. Okay, our cake is 500 million shares. Okay, they have no more shares in the market. But then you say, oh, but wait a minute, we have these other cakes over here of 1.5 billion, which is 3 times the amount. So now we're going to add a layer onto the cake, add another layer on the cake, and add a 4th layer on the cake. So now you have 4 layers of cake, right? And so every time you cut down that cake and you cut it into slices, it's going to be 500 million slices of 4 pieces of cake, right? So you're not diluting the stock by having more synthetic shares out there. You're actually doing the opposite of dilution. I don't know what that is, but instead of having one sliver of cake this big, you now have, or sorry, not sliver. You have a sliver of cake this big, but instead of having a sliver of cake this big that's only this high, you now have a 4-piece stacked high of cake. And they have to pay you for that 4-piece of stacked high of cake in order to get rid of those stacks so that they can actually get down to the number of total shares that should only be there. So it should make it worth more.
So, what is the opposite of share dilution?
I have no idea. I've never heard of it. While it primarily, I'm going to just go ahead and continue reading. I had to go on my own tangent there, sorry. While it primarily affects equity ownership positions, dilution also reduces the company's earnings per share, which often depresses stock prices in the market. For this reason, many public companies publish estimates of both non-diluted and diluted EPS, which is essentially a what-if scenario. EPS, the net income divided by the float. Let me start over. For this reason, many public companies publish estimates of both non-diluted and diluted EPS, which is essentially a what-if scenario for investors in case new shares are issued. Diluted EPS assumes that potentially dilutive securities have already been converted to outstanding shares. Share dilution may happen anytime a company raises additional equity capital. As newly created shares are issued to the investors, the potential upside of raising capital in this way is that the funds the company receives from the selling additional shares can improve the company's profitability and growth prospects, and by extension, the value of its stock. Understood. That all makes sense to me. Usually, no, I'm not going to say that. Understandably, share dilution is not often viewed favorably by existing shareholders, and companies sometimes initiate share repurchase programs to help curb the effects of dilution. This is exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say, well, normally what a company will do is they'll buy back some shares to pay off debt, and then they'll issue more shares and grow money in their account so they can do whatever it is that they want to go do. So reading on it says, note that stock splits do not create dilution. In situations where a company splits its stock, current investors receive additional shares while the price of shares is adjusted accordingly, keeping their percentage ownership in the company static. I would be a proponent. I don't know how you decide when you do a stock split. That's something I just don't know. But let's say, for example, that they could do a stock split right now, right? And we're sitting at $56, right? So half, we'll just say 50. Half of 50 is 25. 25 is completely where a lot of people felt like this stock should have been trading without being shorted to begin with.
Shit, if there was a stock split, that would be amazing for retail investors.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Why? So, why not issue a stock split right now? Recall all of the shares, because I'm pretty sure that when you do stock splits, you have to recall the shares. I mean, you can't just have.
Well, look, there's also a thing as reverse splits. They're not favorable, to say the least. But companies have done them before.
But I mean, wouldn't it be ideal for everybody if we did a stock split right now?
It would be.
I mean,
it would make it so that a lot more people can get into it. Yeah.
It would definitely make it more. It drops the price, like you say, to where more investors could buy. It gives us double the amount of shares we currently have. So anybody who's sitting on a low number right now is like, thanks. It screws the hedge funds because now they're looking at having to pay back twice the amount of volume that they have already lent out. Everything. It's just, I mean, it seems like the perfect thing to do. So, if people want to talk about Adam Aaron being on our side, if you're listening, Adam Aaron, with my whole 3 viewers that I've got right now, do a stock split. I mean, I just don't see the negative side to it. I mean, I'd love to hear what the negative side to something like that would be, but
I kind of want to know what kind of stipulations there are for a company to do a stock split.
Is that what you're searching up right now?
No, I'm searching up 22 bolt actions.
I'm doing it. When a company's share price increases to levels that are too high or beyond the price levels of similar companies in their sector, they may decide to do a stock split. Well, they're definitely higher than anybody else in their. I haven't looked up Regal, but I'm pretty sure they're lower. Rules for a stock split. Okay, so the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission administers these rules for stock splits. The SEC sanctions two types of stock split. The first, forward stock splits, is the more popular choice for most successful publicly traded corporations, as it makes their stock more affordable. The second, reverse stock splits, although less common, achieve a reduction of outstanding shares and higher stock price when an organization wants to take some shares off the market. Forward stock split rules. Corporations choosing forward stock splits increase the number of outstanding shares in the market. A common stock split formula is issuing 2 shares for every 1 outstanding. Another popular variation has a corporation issuing 3 shares for every 2 shares in the market. On paper, the value of the new stock generates no immediate profit for shareholders. For example, a stock currently selling at 100 per share will have a price of 50 per share immediately after the 2-for-1 split. Reverse stock, instead of increasing outstanding shares, reverse stock splits reduce the number of shares in the market. For example, a common reverse stock split happens when a corporation issues 1 share for every 2 outstanding shares. The price of the outstanding stock works in the reverse of a forward split. For example, a stock currently selling for 50 per share will have a price immediately after the reverse split of 1 share for every 2 shares of 100 per. I mean, it's all very basic information. We know how this stuff works. Stock exchange rules. Public companies wanting to complete a stock split must also comply with the rules of the stock exchange on which they are listed. Regardless of the exchange organizations must register their stock split intentions with their exchange. For instance, a stock listed on the New York Stock Exchange must register and split in accordance with the New York Stock Exchange Listed Company Manual, Section 703.02. Stocks listed on the NASDAQ Stock Exchange also must comply with their specific procedures. So these are things we could look up. The IRS does not have specific rules for stock splits.
It'd be kind of interesting for you to ask your boy Trey if this is something that's doable, that we can get Ape Nation to get on board with. I mean, obviously, once we've worked out the kinks.
I mean, watching our price drop to $26, $27 a share, in my opinion, and doubling the amount of shares that I have, I'm all for it. That's that would be amazing. I gotta let my dog out real quick here. Hold on a second. I want to show you something real quick. So you remember how I said we were drinking? You were asking me what the occasion was for drinking last night,
Mm-hmm.
and I said because we're not drinking Pepsi or any kind of soda anymore. Well, we did Dr.
Right.
Pepper and Bacardi, and she went out and bought this bottle of Bacardi last night. That's, I don't know if you can see that. That's how much is left between me and her drinking last night.
Jesus, you guys fucking killed it.
I told you.
Holy crap.
I told you. I said when I had a hangover today, I was like, I was not kidding. I didn't
You
realize.
guys drink like a fish.
Dude,
What
she.
the fuck?
I'm telling you, man. When I woke up this morning, I still felt drunk. I really did, and I went to bed. I think I went to bed around 10 and up by 6, and I was staggering getting out of bed, going like, wow, it's still hitting hard. Yeah, I'm still fighting off a little bit of a headache. I'm down in the water now, though. Yeah, we were celebrating, you know, last day to drink soda.
Yeah.
Let's see. SEC regulates all procedural matters regarding stock splits. For example, they mandate registration of an organization's intention to make the stock split. Corporations must notify the SEC a minimum of 10 days before the stock split, listing the shareholders who are eligible to participate and the proposed date of the actual stock split. The SEC has set and enforced stock split rules since 1934 to prevent a repeat of the 1929 devastating stock crash. Ah, that could be some insight right there. So let's say, for example, even if all the apes got together and said, hey, Adam, Aaron, we want you to do this, they would have to go to the SEC and say, hey, we want you to do a stock split. Well, you know for damn well, sure, that they know that all those synthetic shares are out there for this, and they know that it's going to crash the stock market. There's no way in hell they would approve this. None. There's not a chance. So that would stop us. That would stop us in our tracks. But that doesn't mean that there's not ways to be able to do a share count, an actual share count, not an investor count. And that's what we had for this voting, was an investor count.
I feel like him releasing the investor count doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't mean anything to me, you know. It was just like, oh, cool. Here, let me give you guys a data point.
Yeah, I mean, it helps you to understand that, like, on average, this is how many shares. You just take the amount of shareholders and divide it by the total amount of shares that are supposedly outstanding, 500 million, and that gives you like a average share per person. But we know that there's naked shares out there, large amounts of them, and we also know that there's more than 4.1 million investors. Not all of the investors were counted. They weren't allowed to count overseas investors. And we've seen what they've been doing to the price. The German market's been incredibly helpful in the after hours in raising the price of the stock. Yeah, I don't know. I think we got on this topic because we were talking about how Adam Aaron's not necessarily... Oh, EY, that's right. EY, cooking the books. Why would Adam Aaron want to ratify Ernst & Young as their bookkeepers when we know that Ernst & Young has been, within the last year, has been really bad about keeping books? I want to find that article. I'm gonna find it. I have it. I'm pretty sure I have it saved somewhere. This Ernst & Young article is crazy.
Dude. How awesome would it be that rather than get a transferable, I just get an MP5? That would be awesome.
Yeah. Let's shoot.
9mm.
Let's shoot.
I mean, it's just nostalgic that you saw it in the Matrix, you know?
Those shoot 9mm rounds, right? Am I mistaken?
Yeah.
It is 9mm. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. But Jesus Christ, they're so expensive.
All right. This is the article that I'm talking about. This is absolutely insane. String of firms that imploded have something in common. Ernst & Young audited them. Oh. This year, $2 billion is missing at a German fintech company. $300 million of sales has been found to be fabricated at a Chinese coffee chain, and $5 billion in undisclosed debt has been uncovered at two related companies listed in the UK together. In the UK together, the incidents cost shareholders of the companies roughly $30 billion. All had been audited by Ernst & Young. Last year, EY also audited office space company WeWork, which nearly collapsed after fumbling a planned initial public offering. EY is one of the big four accounting firms whose audits are meant to give investors confidence in companies' figures. EY missed red flags or failed to aggressively pursue them at some of the companies ahead of their scandals, and for the most part it was outsiders who raised questions first. A review based on publicly available documents and interviews with people close to the events shows. Now regulators are scrutinizing EY's work. And this article is from October 16th, 2020. So just to be clear, it is a little dated. I mean, less than a year, but still. You know, and then EY comes back and says they stand by their work and has a high global audit standards. The firm says it played key roles in uncovering fraud at two of the companies, and it says China regulator has found it to be prudent and independent. China. We take all issues extremely seriously, said Andy Baldwin, EY's global client service managing partner, who said EY conducts around 150,000 audits annually. I don't want them conducting our audits. If I want to be trusting of our data, I just don't want EY as our auditor, as an investor. Here's another reason. Let's just say I feel like we're kind of bashing on Adam Aaron a little bit. Like Adam Aaron's not doing this, that, and the other. Here may be a reason why Adam Aaron chose EY. Not to say that he's trying to cook his books, but it does say here in the article that EY charges lower fees for audits, which are labor-intensive and time-consuming, than other Big Four firms in the U.S. and Europe on average. An analysis of data from research firm Audit Analytics shows. So maybe he wanted somebody who was reputable but was cheaper to show information.
But why?
Why?
Yeah, I mean, I get that it's cheaper, but your market value just increased exponentially, right? You have that going for you. If this company is under fire for all these things, that's the last motherfucker I want doing my books.
Says here, EY also focuses more than other firms on auditing young, fast-growing technology companies. All of the recent troubled clients portrayed themselves as tech-driven industry disruptors. EY helps them prepare for IPOs among mature tech companies. EY audits Google parent Alphabet Incorporated, Amazon.com Incorporated, Apple Incorporated, Facebook Incorporated, and Netflix Incorporated, having worked with several since they went public. So, I mean, they obviously do reputable companies' books. So, yeah, I mean, if you're going to pick a company to do your books and you want them cheap, why not pick EY? I don't want that, though. Like, spend a few extra bucks and get some good data. That's just my
And by
opinion.
extra bucks, you mean a couple million.
I'm okay with it though. Like if that means that we're going to get accurate data reporting, yeah, spend an extra couple million. Because I can tell you right now that if you want to start talking about funds, all you have to do is pull up their report for this last year, and there's plenty of places where you could cut out a couple million. I mean, they gave Wanda. Oh my God, this blew me up. They gave, because Wanda has or had somebody on the board of directors. They were paying them like $1 million a year for their time spent coming and going to meetings at the company, and they don't even hold shares anymore. So there's your $1 million right there. And I think they even had 2 board members.
In my head, I'm just thinking, get fucked. But then, you know, that's everybody's getting fucked here.
This is your MP5 you're looking at, huh?
Yeah. It's a single fire. What is it called? Semi-auto MP5.
Excuse me. It looks smooth.
It looks amazing.
I don't know. I kind of want some ridges in the, you know, ruffles have ridges. Ooh, I feel like chips now. I need some salty chips. I feel like that's going to help my hangover. I don't see where you're going to ever use that and what situation you'll ever use that in.
No, I mean, you would buy it for nostalgia, you know.
I don't know. I like
Not
target
for-
practice. I don't like just blowing shit up. I mean, I do like blowing shit up, but I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I don't like just wasting ammo, especially with as expensive as it is now.
Oh.
Yeah, like your bolt action rifle, I would buy something like that way faster than I would buy something like this. You know, an inaccurate 9mm submachine gun that only shoots single fire. Seems like a waste of money to me.
In contrast to a bolt action?
Yeah.
But 9mm is more readily available than most bolt action calibers.
Not every time I've gone out shopping for ammunition lately. That's all they have is high caliber ammunition in the stores.
High caliber? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Anything
Like,
yeah, anything rifle size. Like that's
rifle size ammo is ridiculously expensive. What are you talking about?
It may be, but I'm saying it's readily available. I'm saying there's no shortage.
It really depends on what caliber you're talking about. 9mm is readily available.
I'm just saying
as well.
when I walk into point blank and I walk over to the ammunition and I say, "Do you have any 9mm?" and they go, "No." And I go, "Do you have any 45?" and they say, "No." And I say, "Do you have any 40?" and they say, "No." And I go like, "Well, where are all the fucking boxes on the shelf?" And they go, "Oh, that's our 223 or whatever." They start rattling off a bunch of ammunition that's for rifles. And it's like
Okay,
everywhere.
So I just sent you a link. Don't mind the first one, the Mark 10. Don't click on that one. Just click on the last 2.
Okay. That's
So
cooler.
the CMMG
I like that one.
It's a modernized MP5 basically.
Yeah, that one's cooler.
For the
looking.
most part, it's a modernized MP5. The other one is a link for ammo. I mean, well, I just realized you don't shoot 9mm, but
No, I do when I go into point blank though, because I'll take my kids and that's what they like to shoot. So I rent one of their guns and then have them shoot that if they have ammo.
Yeah, but it's like isn't point blank like you if you rent a gun you have to use their ammo.
Yes. But if they have no ammo, then there's no point in renting the gun.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, I picked up 2,000 rounds of not this particular brand, but um, yeah, if you want to find ammo, just search this website.
For those of you who are watching, just in case you want to see, I'll put it up here for you. Gunbroker.com.
That's how you get demonetized real fast.
Oh yeah?
Advertise this kind of stuff. Yes, sir.
Oops. I didn't know. Can you tell? I don't
Well,
know.
YouTube is not gun friendly to say the least. If you advertise like any websites, you advertise how to build guns, you advertise how to build anything, and the YouTube algorithm goes through and like catches it because sometimes they'll run through content, right? They'll have an auto translate. It'll pick up keywords.
Mm.
If it has like let's say 10 of those 20 keywords, it's gonna auto classify your channel as a specific type of channel.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, I mean, YouTube's hasn't always been like that. It's been like that more so recently. It's kind of crazy because some of the content they have on YouTube is extremely not child friendly, like
So,
nude yoga, for
so
instance.
how did these gun channels make it on there all the time?
Well, so in the beginning, when YouTube was starting to grow, they monetized these channels. And then as the years went on, they realized, oh man, these gun channels are getting way too much traction. Let's demonetize every single of the videos. A lot of the channels moved to Patreon, which is basically like a subscription base, like Twitch, right? You pay a subscription per month or whatever it is to keep watching that content, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
to support your viewers. So a lot of these guys will live off Patreon subscriptions.
Huh.
I mean, most of them have a day job, so it's not as bad. But if you're spending time to make content, and your content's being demonetized based on their algorithm, what they feel like fits their narrative for what the public should be watching or whatever, it discourages. Like, let's say I wanted to create a gun channel, it would discourage me to make a gun channel because the amount of time and effort that would go into making videos that I no longer make money for because they don't put ads on them or for whatever reason or send traffic that way. It's almost like I would just be doing it for fun, if that makes sense, not doing it as like a business thing. Because YouTube is a business, right?
It can be.
Yeah, it can be for a lot of people. People make tons of revenue from ads and whatever super chats, all that stuff. But imagine you don't get those.
Not yet. I think the only reason for having a super chat is like when their chat is scrolling through so fast because people are typing stuff so often that like if somebody wants to be seen, they have to do a super chat. Talk about super chats and we lose a viewer.
Yeah.
Oh, we're having a breakout going down here. Consolidation and breaking out down. I think it's going to hover right between our two price points. Your 55.85 and my what was mine? 56.5. I'm gonna be the I can just I'm foreseeing this going for like 2 weeks, right? And then you have like 10 tally points and I have like 0. I will always miss by like a very narrow margin. I'm gonna in about 10 minutes. I'm gonna step away for 30 minutes to eat and take a general break. I think.
Yeah, if you're gonna take a break, just put up like a little text thingy saying that you stepped away, we'll be back soon, something like that. So it's not like you just left your stream hanging.
Right. I'm kind of curious how something looks on here. I'm gonna pull it up real quick. Okay, yeah. So my pinned comment from this morning says, "Good morning, you fine apes," and it's like right at the very top. Eric said, "And always on the high side." I'm not sure what he's talking about. But yeah, I'm gonna step out in about 9 minutes and eat lunch for a half hour so that I can be back for. Oh, my price predictions are always on the high side, is what he's saying. Yeah, they have been. But that's just because I'm anticipating.
Come on, Eric. Whose
Oh.
team are you on here? Don't you want to give all the points to me?
I've been a little more, I think, optimistic about what's going to happen in the next few days, and so I'm anticipating a little bit of a price increase. I think today I have a price prediction of 58 close that was based around a lot of the. It was based on a couple different things, but probably one of the biggest factors was the shares, the options, the call options. So I'm going to refresh that real quick here and see where we stand right now. Still a lot of support at 58 right now. The biggest amount of support's sitting at 60. I felt like 58 was a good number, and so that kind of, I think 58.01 was what I was thinking. So yeah, the numbers have changed quite a bit. Our strongest level of support still 60, and the second level is 58 still. So, maybe we have a drive in the late afternoon that'll help us get up and give me a tally point finally. I don't I don't mind being wrong. I really don't. I like being wrong, actually. It's fun. It creates drama. People laugh. I like that. I'm not like Kramer. Whines like a little bitch whenever he starts complaining about him being wrong about something. What are you eating? What is that? Holy crap! You stuffed it all in your mouth all at once. What the? You can't even talk now. It's so big. It's gonna splurge out. You're just you're gonna do a spit take in a second. What the hell did you show? Oh, okay.
Peanut butter and jelly.
You need some milk to wash that down.
I ran out of milk. I need to go to HEB.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. How did your spilt milk fiasco, or not spilt milk, spoiled milk fiasco turn out?
It was okay. I mean, for the most part, my stomach is savage when it comes to eating and drinking disgusting stuff. And by disgusting stuff, I mean like stuff that's spoiled already, and I just didn't know.
If there was ever a time where this stock could be shorted, I think now would be it.
Why now?
I just don't feel like there's enough support buying support right now. And yet it's not being shorted. I mean, it is, but it's not like to the levels that we've seen in the past, which kind of has me wondering. Have they had their legs swept out from underneath them, so to speak?
Probably because the volume isn't high.
Yeah, but they could create artificial volume with their short ladder attacks.
Yeah.
I mean, we're nearly at 1030 here, and we're only at 18 million in volume. Like, they could easily drive the price down.
Yeah.
It wouldn't take much. But they're not doing it. It honestly makes me feel like they don't have the ability to right now. Let me look at something real quick here. So this is this morning. And that's now. Holy shit. Dude.
Oh.
This morning when I took a screenshot of the ETF shares available, it was 1.6 million. It's now 4.2. Shit tons of ETF shares being returned. Wow. Huh.
You should have another pinned chat comment asking people if they put their jelly in their refrigerator.
Alright, I'll ask. Let's see here. Where's this go? Question of the day. QOD. Let's do it.
I'm genuinely curious. I think it has to be a specific brand as well. Like Smucker's has preservatives in it, so it's fine out of the refrigerator.
Is it jam or is that what we're saying specifically?
Jelly?
Oh, jelly.
Jelly jam?
I think I spelled that right, yeah. Question of the day. Do you put your jelly in the fridge or the pantry?
Once opened. Oh, never mind.
Do you put... You literally open your jelly, like if it was separated, you would really put it back in the pantry?
Yeah.
That's so weird to me, man.
I mean, it really just depends on what kind of jelly it is, right? If it's the kind that doesn't have preservatives in it, then yeah, you gotta put it in the refrigerator. But this is the kind of jelly, and I mean the jelly that So like this is like generally the rule of thumb, right? If it's on the shelf when you go buy it and it's not like on in the refrigerated section, generally it's okay. Generally. Eric says open jelly goes to the fridge for me.
Yeah, I mean, I just always follow what it says on the can, and it's just that's what I do.
What if it doesn't say it? Like the Smuckers right now doesn't. No, I didn't see it anywhere. And this is the peanut and butter jelly stripes one. Doesn't say anything about putting it in the refrigerator after open.
Okay, I just I changed the comment in the top. 10 to 25-second delay will return at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. I am going to step away. Eric says,
Eric, hold on before you step away. Eric said, I think if you add peanut butter to the mix, you pantry it.
yeah, I mean, I get that, but it's just weird to me. Like, I mean, what's the difference? It's jelly's jelly.
Yeah, cold peanut butter, that's super gross, dude. But yeah, like when I have a jam and jelly specific, like just jam, I do put it in the refrigerator. Just this stuff I don't.
Yeah, I know, but that's why I will never eat that mixed jelly peanut butter shit. Like, I just there's got to be something wrong with it. Like, you put jelly in the fridge. Like, what kind of jelly is it that you put it in a pantry? It's not the kind I want in my mouth.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I don't know. I guess I'm crazy.
Just easier to smear it on the bread, I guess. Getting this one that's all mixed together.
Here's the other one. Like, I'm trying to think. This may be really, really, really because I'm old. Tabasco sauce. Do you leave that sitting out or you put it in the fridge?
I guess we can go either way.
Because back in the day, I'm like almost 100% certain that it used to say refrigerate after opening. And so it was really strange for me to start walking around and seeing them sitting out on tables. Like, I don't think I ever lived anywhere until maybe it was that I came here, and you see like Tabasco sauce just sitting out on tables all over the place, right? I'm going like, oh
Right.
God, that's got to be bad. Because it has like, I don't know, maybe it has preservatives in it didn't used to have. But I'm positive it used to say, refrigerate after opening. And so to see them sitting out on tables now just freaks me out. And I look at it and it doesn't say anywhere on there now that you're supposed to refrigerate, but I still do. I can't not put Tabasco sauce anywhere but in the fridge after using. I mean, I agree with everything that's said so far. Like, I definitely put the peanut butter and jelly mix in the pantry, but I won't eat it. You can't get me to eat it. All right, man. I gotta have lunch. I'm gonna step away, take a half-hour break, and be back for that from 11 till, I don't know, I might take a little break a little bit later too.
Okay.
You want me to leave you on?
Just leave a little message on your screen that says,
I did.
BRB. Okay, cool.
Do you want me to leave you on?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, peace. I'll be back.
All right. No way you're spreading cold peanut butter. Yeah, agreed. We worked together, or worked together. Strangely enough, how we know each other, as I found out recently, very interesting. But yeah, we used to work in two places together. We didn't know each other the first place, then we met at our second job. Well, and we get along, so yeah. I don't know if you know the full backstory on everything that's happened up until now, but I guess I could have Casey tell you that I'm not too sure how much he disclosed to his friends and family about what's all going on, but yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, that and obviously saying it on a live stream with I don't know who else is watching kind of thing. But yeah, that's cool. Basically his situation is similar to mine where we just realized that we needed the time to do what we're doing right now. So yeah. Similar, almost same outcome. Pretty hilarious. All the people involved. You should ask Casey to tell you about the Millionaires Haters Club. That stuff is epic. It's like basically 2 or 3 people in that little group. Casey's a lot better at telling stories than I am. So that's why. Yeah, Millionaires Haters Club. Yep. I So do you also live in Texas? How do you know Casey? I mean, from yesterday's conversation, it sounded like you guys played poker together, but I'm not sure if you guys know each other, like personally. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I was um, in our little Skype group that we're in. We have like these jokes where we're like, 90% of our viewers are from Casey's family, and then the 10% of the viewers is the guy named Reggie from like Australia or something. Oh, okay. That's super cool. Yeah, I haven't really had a chance to meet any of his family. He's invited me to his son's birthday, but I was busy doing this. Um, kind of scared to leave my computer, and I think at the time we hadn't established a hotspot at the venue that he was at, so I just stayed home. But yeah, that's pretty neat. Oh yeah, Casey was saying earlier that we're gonna probably try to get you on a call one day and have you tell us about what you do, I guess for work. when I had asked him what industry you work in, he said self. So there's still questions there. And then also how you got into AMC as well. I guess that's more of a personal question. Did Casey put you on to AMC, or was that, I guess, by your own volition you found it? Basically, I'm a reseller online e-commerce, but I can go into more detail with QR. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, that'd be pretty neat. I think my sister's boyfriend is in e-commerce. He makes a killing. I'm pretty sure he also has family wealth money as well, because it's kind of crazy how many cars that dude owns. Not, I guess, not the quantity of cars, but like the quality of cars as well. Like most of them are all track cars. So on this e-commerce, maybe I need to get into e-commerce shit if that's the kind of money you're rolling out. Yeah. Yeah, but I personally don't know anything about e-commerce as a whole, so that'd be pretty cool to kind of get your take on it. Unless he's scaled his business tremendously, then he must come from money. Yeah. I mean, the dude is pretty young. I'm not saying that it's impossible for him to do it when he's young, but he, yeah, that dude is he's really charming, really very charismatic, very smart from the few conversations I've had with him. Um, but yeah, I don't really try to pry into what people do for work. If that's the way they make money, that's cool, you know. But I try not to pry too much. Too much. I just kind of general industry, how well you're doing. Beyond that, like the logistics and everything, I just kind of leave that to if they're comfortable sharing it. Yeah, it was funny. I was having a conversation with him one day about his X5 BMW or something like that, and he was like, "Yeah, I just recently upgraded because he had came over at nighttime." So I was like, "Oh, I really like your puddle lights and all that stuff." He was like, "Yeah, I'm looking to sell this car soon, and I'll be taking my other track car and doing some track stuff." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." And casually, so I was just like, so what do you drive on the track? And he was like, and he was saying car names, and I don't know a whole lot about cars, so it just kind of went in one ear and out the other, and then back into my other ear. But he was like, yeah, a Lambo, and then I have another Porsche 911, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Okay. Wait. Did you say Lambo? He's like, yeah. He showed it to me, and I'm like, the I don't know about any normal person making that kind of salary doing a job that doesn't. I mean, unless you're an entrepreneur, I suppose. But you're talking about like these are like $250,000 supercars, basically. Porsche 911. That's a really fast 125K car. Yeah, it's it's kind of mind-boggling. I like I said, I don't really know too much about his personal business and everything else. Just that he drives really nice cars. Treasure hunter thrill the hunt guy doesn't feel like work. Oh, okay. Huh. Yeah, I can't say I'm too much of a treasure hunter. I'm more of a collector, I guess, of things. Nothing too cool. Not like a cool stamp collection or anything like that. Just, oh, cool. I was just looking at a bird. It had something in its mouth. Just walked by the window. let's do some, I don't know, TA, I guess, while we wait for Casey to come back. What is it doing today? Current price 56.19. Low for today. Looks like there's more outflow than there's inflow. Oof. MACD. Yeah, I guess I can't really show you guys what I'm looking at since my screen isn't shared. Well, that's fine. I'll just go over some stuff. I was basically just forming more consolidation each time. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. On the 30-minute chart view, RSI is at 40. It's about average. What it's been doing for the past month or so. I guess if I had to average it, it'd be like around 47, 48. MACD looks like it's going to be a pretty much a flat day. Doesn't look like there's any major breakout. I think from this 10K sell wall, maybe I might be able to get back to my price prediction for the rest of the day, but we'll find out later. I was really hoping that it was going to finish out the head and shoulders movement over the past week, but it didn't create the second shoulder for the formation. It's kind of creating what appears to be a cup and handle. You got the handle forming on the 28th. Now the cup is slowly forming from the 29th in the morning to currently where we're at right now. On 1 hour chart. Actually, maybe not a cup and handle. Take that back. some really weird movement going on where it's not forming that, especially today. Yeah, so today it's pretty much price action looks just as slow as regular stocks. Usually it feels like the fish bite more on the high volume days where the L2 book looks like it's going out of control. Today it's just schmoozing. Do I think we will retest 57 again today? Oh, let me zoom out. For today. All right, 1 hour consolidation. Start with dip. The end. I think for the next day or two, it's gonna be a little lower. I gave my price prediction for today was around 56, something like that, $56. I think it might be even a little lower than that. Basically between 56 and 51. Actually, sorry, hold on. 56 something and about 54, 44. I don't think we're gonna test 57. And I know that earlier we kind of hopped up short spike, but I mean, I'm talking about like it's really gotta dink it a few times. It's like pretty much one market open. It looks like they try to test 57 and 61. Well, we're not there today. Today it barely touched 57.74, I think. 57.71. But yeah, I think if today was to end at a certain price, it would be between that number I gave in the morning and 55. Not to be overly optimistic about it or anything, but the stock has been doing things that normal stocks don't do. So it's kind of hard to put out morning predictions based on, I guess, current volume and everything else. Volume's been dropping like crazy. Let's go to the daily volume. 1 hour volume. Yeah, volume has been drastically going down as of on the January, February, March, April, May 28th. There was a huge amount of volume. Then again on June 15th. Then another peak at June 18th. And then slowly from there, the volume's been slowly grinding down. Today is like super low volume. I mean, it's kind of pathetic actually, but highest, yeah, that is rough. So, Eric, do you do stocks regularly, I guess? Or like do you swing trade, long-term trade, something along the lines of some kind of trading?
Alrighty, I'm back.
Welcome back. I said not really. I've been in crypto for a while, but this is really my first stock exchange just for now. Okay, cool. So you have a pretty good understanding of how they work then. Nice.
What'd I miss? Anything good?
Oh, yeah, you missed so much. So much price action.
This looks a little depressing. Well, we know that 11 o'clock is usually it's usually a downtime. Am I getting messages here? What's going on? Well, let's see. What should we cover here? I'll pull up some Reddit and see what's going on there.
Go over some TA, dude. I want to hear some of your TA.
I don't know if I have any right now. Looking at the price movement of the stock right now. I don't know. There's not really a whole lot to draw conclusions from right now.
Do you think it will test 57 today?
I'd like to think so. Yeah. I do.
I want some shorts to be covered not by y'all though.
One of our old co-workers just contacted me. I won't say any names just in case he wants to be anonymous, but sent him a link to the live stream, and he's asking, how we looking right now on AMC, and I said, looking good. I personally think next week is going to be amazing. Right now we are consolidating. I think that's really what's going on right now, is just a bunch of consolidation.
Eric Hour says, I say 2 o'clock run to 57, drive it back down to 55 to 60 close. Very possible, actually, considering what it's doing right now. Let me see. I think we have a channel. I think I can set up a channel now.
Honestly, I feel like you could set up a channel on the day.
Yeah, no, yeah, that definitely, it starts from 10 on Webull, drags on, yeah, you got the same spot I got. Oh no, I made that way smaller, the second part. Yeah, like right, I matched up, I lined it up with the 2 most recent dips of the day.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's very likely since we're in a descending channel. It's gonna break if it breaks up. Maybe drive to 57 and then down. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And they're just like slowly hemorrhaging my account. Just ugh, disgusting.
Let's see. There he is. He's our Corey is on. He's Bo James.
Oh, okay. What's up, Corey?
Good to see you, man. Glad you joined the channel. The live stream. We figured. So one day, this is my shower thought. One day I'm sitting there. I think actually it was a bathroom thought. And basically what happened was I was sitting there going like, you know what, we're sitting here monitoring the stock 24/7, every day that it's trading, and I'm like, why don't we just start streaming it and talking about it? And so we talk about everything. We talk about cars, guns, the stock, and we do a little bit of analysis. If you want to watch the beginning of the channel, you can watch the beginning, and I've got a nice little intro that I do. Actually, we probably could choose a guy like you to help us with an intro. I don't know if you know this or not. Corey's got a really good music background. He could probably hook us up. So what we're looking at here, Corey, is I've done in these kind of light blue lines. It's a downwards descending channel rather, and usually when you see a pattern like this, it breaks out upwards. But overall, if we zoom way out, which they always say to do, when in doubt, zoom out. A bit further, 1 hour. What would you do? 1 hour, 1 hour, and 1 month. Yeah. So this is way back, Corey, when we jumped from the price of about $12 all the way up to $77, and the indicator here it's almost like it's a flagpole with a big long flag hanging off the end of it, and essentially that indicator is consolidation. So we're really consolidating around that, and what we think is going to happen is that once it gets to a certain point, and a lot of people believe that's next week, but not to throw dates out there and discourage anybody if it doesn't happen, but possibly next week we might see a breakout and it should shoot back up again. So I've actually found some indicators that I'm really bullish on. Not everybody agrees with me, but that's okay. I guess I could cover that real quick. So this is the indicator that I found on Ortex, and we've had It's called on loan average age days, and it's this green line here. And we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times where it's made like significant or semi-significant dips. The very first time was back in just before January, before it did the very first big run up, and there was a dip. The volume decreased, and right after the volume decreased, it increased, and then you saw a price hike. The second time didn't happen. That's why I got a red X in here. What we did have is we saw the dip in the indicator. The volume did decrease, but we never saw a price increase. And the reason for that, I think, is just my theory, is if I go to this next chart here, you'll see that dip is right here, that same dip. 72.3 million shares by MC and 13.6 million shares by Wanda, the former owner of the company, sold shares to the market. And I think they used those to cover their positions. And so that's why we didn't see a price increase there, because they were able to basically any kind of buying pressure that would have been put onto the hedge funds for buying to replace failure to delivers was taken away because of those shares hitting the market. The next time that dip happened in that indicator is right here. And you can't really see it. The volume decreases. You can see that. But right afterwards, and it's only because it's way zoomed out, but if you zoom on this, you can see there's actually a price increase right here. The next time was our really big jump. So you see the indicator drop down, volume drops, and sure enough, price hike right afterwards. This is our current dip. Now I'm going to go ahead and pull up the actual chart data right now. Bring it over, kind of get rid of some of the messiness here. And here's the bottom of the dip. We are on day 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 days beyond the dip. So the dip ended last week on Friday. The first indicator of going upwards movement was on the 28th. So using that little picture here, I went back and I kind of looked to see like how much longer after the dip on average did we see the price hike up. And it was anywhere on average from 7 business days to 15 business days. And so if you look at the 28th being the first day that it started going back up, you can count out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So to the 15th. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So somewhere between the 6th and the 16th is what I'm predicting. We could possibly see a massive price hike in this. This price hike would more than likely be enough to cause margin calls to be had against the hedge funds, which at that point it's game over and the price just starts blowing up out of proportions. And that is my technical analysis that John just asked for. How do you like that, John? How does it sound to you? John's like, eh. Thumbs up. So that's where I think we're headed. So I wouldn't be really too concerned about day-to-day pricing, because right now it's just kind of consolidating between that like $50 and $60 range right now, and it's just waited out. We're going to sit here and wait and see what happens. At least that's what we're going to do. That's what I'm doing. What are you doing? What are you doing, John?
Responding to a text and figuring out how to sell and buy certain other shares on my account.
Yeah, so we're just
using
waiting.
profit monies to make more profit monies from another stock.
John's trying to increase his position in AMC ultimately. So, the question of the day, Corey, since you're here, do you put your jelly in the fridge or the pantry? That's what everybody wants to know. Corey may have left. He's like, yeah, I'm out. Oh, there he is. Fridge. I don't like juicy jelly. Oh, does it get juicy in the pantry, John?
It in the pantry it just stays more fluid, right? Because you're making it cold, so the jelly's gonna be more thick, if that makes sense.
Huh. I can't even imagine. That sounds kind of gross. Yeah, so the discussion earlier, Corey, is that you can buy that peanut butter and jelly mixture where it's all in one container, and so we were sitting, we were debating, uh, shouldn't that go in the fridge? Because I mean, if it's jelly, it should go in the fridge. And my personal opinion is I won't even eat that peanut butter because I'm like, if I'm gonna have to put it in the pantry to store it, because nobody wants cold peanut butter. If I'm gonna have to put it in the pantry, there's no way I'm eating it because that jelly's gonna be bad. So, and then of course, it doesn't go bad, and so then it makes me start wondering like, what's wrong with that jelly? Thick jelly brother. I put my hot sauce in the fridge too, though. I do. I was funny after I went over to go grab some food a little bit ago, John. I opened up the fridge and I started looking in the side drawers there, and I was like, holy crap! I've got like every single hot sauce I own is in that fridge, which is a lot of them.
What a cultured man of wisdom.
What kind of peanut butter and jelly do you buy? Did you say Smuckers?
Yeah, the Smucker's, the one where they combine the jelly and the jam in one, so it kind of looks like.
Yeah. Okay, that's the one. That's so weird.
And the reason that I have it right next to me is because I had bread and stuff around my desk, so I made myself some food.
Oh yeah, I hate the hot sauce crust too. That's gross. Hot sauce crust is nasty. Corey's all about the Smuckers. He's like, Smuckers. Just so you know, Corey, I have planned. This week was a starting week for these live casts, and I was gonna let the group of people that I text, once a week or so. I was gonna let everybody know that the channel had started probably this weekend. I didn't really want to say anything about it the first week because we've had a lot of ironing out of things. It's just been a work in process, so I kind of wanted to wait until we had a little more official show put together, so to speak. And sometimes we just sit here and stare at this screen.
Not me. Not me.
Okay.
And when the day looks red, I just go take a nap or do some house cleaning or something.
Yeah.
Matt Kors is another good channel if you want to look up stuff for AMC related things.
Yeah, he said we're still the talk of the job. I mean, it's like, it's how often is it that you see like just two guys just up and quit a job because they've made enough money on a stock? I mean, I don't think I've ever heard of that before. It's almost like winning the lottery. Keenan Grace. I'll have to look that up. Are we allowed to show other people's streams? John, do you know?
Yeah.
So if I play something here, I can.
It depends if there's music or not. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. What are they still saying, Corey?
Oh, he's alive.
Stay out of the kitchen and consider investing in the index funds, family. I want you to know this. I love y'all. Take care.
He's got AMC up there. Oh, he's just now.
Did I
ending
get him? Nope, didn't go yet. I'm staying. I lied. I'm here. So let's get it. So we looking at the chart though, because somebody just asked me something. I want to leave you on this. We got Marin.
You probably could turn the audio on.
And let's see.
I did turn the audio on.
Because I know I see a lot of the chats. I see a lot of this for this.
Oh.
So I'm gonna just tell you real quick. Somebody said Marin, and they got 16. 16 is holding the line. It's holding the line. You may be able to get this at 11 though. You may be able to get this at 11. It's gonna be real dangerous up here. It's real dangerous up here. Remember, the big dogs, when they see big green candles, all they see is time to put. Somebody said, woo, let's get it. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Nah, for real though.
This is funny.
Is
like,
not financial.
we're streaming somebody else's stream. It's like, who do you choose to watch? Oh, I guess now he's not streaming. That's cool. I'm gonna have to add him to my list. See what he has got to say. Yeah, I was gonna say, Corey. I saw his ticker on the side, and he had AMC up there. Looks like he's looking at a lot of stuff. He does. Looks like he's technical analysis on a lot of different stocks, and kind of says how he feels about them. That's cool. It's really cool. John's diversified like that, not me. And just so you know, Corey, okay, I gotta do this right. Bob Ross wishes you a happy, I don't know, what does he say? He's wishing you a positive energy drink. The Bob Ross energy drink. I love that can. I'm holding on to that thing forever. Every time I get down, I'm going to look over at the can and be like, positive energy drink. And then he's going to put me to sleep. 70 million. $70 million. Not 17. $70 million. The largest fine for any organization ever by the SEC, as far as I know. John was saying he doesn't think it's enough. I tend to agree. Like I think you said that. Didn't you say that, John? I think you said it wasn't enough money.
Yeah, I mean, for the amount of money that these guys have and the backing and everything else, 70 million is kind of like a slap on the wrist. You know, you're talking about these companies having an upper excess of like a couple billions of dollars. 70 million is like nothing.
Yeah, I personally, I want to see. I would have liked to have seen a bigger fine. I think it's going to set a precedence. I think they'll definitely think twice about whether or not they do this again in the future.
Yeah, like if you think about it, if you find them a lot of money, right? It's going to deter them from doing more shady shit. You find them like 7 million, 10 million, on the low end. They're like, oh, okay, man, that sucks. Okay, fine, whatever. Here, just take it. And then they're back at it again. You look at some of these companies, they've been fined a lot of money over the years.
Honestly, they
And it
just
doesn't
wrap
seem
it
to
up.
stop.
Yeah, they just wrap that price into their costs, their overhead costs. They're like, oh,
Right.
this is going to cost us $10 million to do this. Okay, fine, let's do it. We'll just write it off. Rinse and repeat. What we need to see, what we really need to see, is more, um, not punitive damages in money. We need to see jail time. Like if people literally had to face jail time for these practices, who's going to risk
Yeah,
that?
good luck.
Nobody's going to risk that.
Good luck trying to jail these guys.
Yeah, I know. But it would work.
You know what really work? Rather than jail time, they get put in front of a firing squad. I mean, jail time is whatever. The firing squad is like you're dead. So that's a way better initiative, right?
Like, do they have licenses? Just take away their license for a period of time. What would that do? Like no trading for. I mean, like lawyers, right? If you get caught for doing something, you can't be a lawyer anymore. They disbar you. Take away their trading cards for X amount of days, 30 days.
Corey said, "Yeah, you would say that, John. That's perfect for you."
It is.
Speaking of that, where's my? Picked up a new race gun. Oh man, can't remember. Did you come? Did you go to the range with us? It was. Oh no. Yeah, never mind. Just gotta go find it.
Just so you know, we've got about a 30-second lag right now. It's pretty healthy lag. I'm gonna have to see if I got something on my end that I can fix to reduce that. Unless maybe I'm just not. Oh, I'm not looking at this live. Never mind. Let's see how bad the lag is here. Okay, that's not bad. It's only 9 seconds. Oh, here comes our price drop. John, I don't know if you are watching, but the price kind of took a bit of a dip there. It tested 55.01.
Didn't it do that earlier today?
Did it? No. That's the first.
Oh. Well, that's my cue to go take a nap.
Rough life, Corey. Let me tell you, man. This guy napping constantly.
I don't want to stop growing, you know?
All right, I am I am buying shares at $54.99 officially. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that. Oops. I'm going to try and hold the line at 55. I just like the stock. Well, that is the sound of a gun.
What? No, it's not. It's the sound of metal rubbing against metal.
Yeah, John's had some weird hours lately. I think he's like, he doesn't want to really accept the fact that he's a day walker now.
I don't like that. I've been on night shift for like 6 years.
Dude, I've been doing it since I was 21, I think. 20 something years. I don't like this morning stuff. Are you preparing to be robbed or something? What's going on over there, John? Let's see what else is going on Reddit here. On A shift buying AMC? What shift were we? Were we B shift?
Yeah, Jesus, it's only been a month, dude. What the hell?
I don't know. I can't remember which one we were on, D or B. A shift buying shares, huh? That's crazy. That's good though. I mean, that's really good. I think I don't think that they'll be disappointed. I think Corey.
They will be if they're buying above 50.
Well, yeah, but I mean, ultimately, as long as they hold, I don't think that they will be disappointed.
Right, but I don't think these people are buying AMC with the understanding of why to hold. They're just buying AMC because it's like, oh, dang, these two guys fucking quit their jobs for AMC. I should put money in, and then they see it drop, and they're gonna paper hands out.
Yeah. So you know, Corey, if you happen to talk to anybody who is buying shares, you know, point them our direction. Let them come and talk to us. We're more than willing to talk to people and explain what's going on. If they want to come over here and see what's going on, head them our way.
No, don't send them our way. We don't know what the fuck we're talking about. This is not financial advice. This is non-certified, unprofessional, non-financial advice. We're just two mooks that quit our jobs. We don't know what the fuck is going on. Okay, cool. No, I explained to him, gave him the reason why we're holding. They understand now.
I mean, I think there's a lot of places we can point people to, though, and as far as direction to go to look for information, there's plenty of it out there, whether it be on YouTube or I don't know. There's plenty of information. If you're watching mainstream media, I can tell you right now that you're probably being told that you're making the worst mistake of your life. And
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy because financial mainstream news generally they don't tell you that, hey, not to put money into this stock or whatever. They normally don't do that.
yeah,
They're just like, oh, this is doing good, this is doing bad, but they never try to impose their opinion onto you until AMC and these other Reddit meme stocks. You know, whenever a stock isn't like a blue chip stock or something, they're like, oh, this is the new Reddit stock. This is a meme stock. This isn't worth investing money into.
yeah.
Yeah, that's way better.
You know, and the it's hit pieces. Essentially, you've got a lot of these hedge funds are paying or telling they own parts of these companies, and they're telling them to put these hit articles out on specifically on AMC, GME, all these meme stocks. NFA, not financial advice. It's on there. It's at the bottom. It says, we are not financial advisors, and this is not financial advice. NFA disclaimer is already there. This is just simply how we feel.
Oh, so Corey, you probably haven't seen my new race gun since it's been a while. Not sure if that's something I can put on the channel without being, I mean, we're not even monetized right now, so I guess it doesn't really fucking matter. Right, Casey?
Yeah, go ahead. Corey says, oh no, like I've been checking out the Motley Fool and they were so against us, but now they're saying that AMC is the stock to invest in. Who suckers, they didn't change direction. Yeah, I mean, Motley Fool is probably one of the worst ones that I've seen lately. I actually have a really good long-time friend who used to work for Motley Fool, and I called him when I first was thinking about investing in AMC and talked with him a little bit about what was going on, and I almost want to say he's brainwashed, but he's not. He gave me actually some really good advice. He said, like, as long as you're investing only money that is money that you don't mind losing, then you're going to be okay. And that's literally the same thing I've told every single person that I've been in this with. Anybody I tell,
Then
hey,
that means I'm in over my head, Casey. I need to sell all my shares. I'm in over my head.
I am too, but just because I say don't do it doesn't mean that you can't. It's just that's your own choice. You just shouldn't. And Eric's saying it's too blurry for him to read the thing. Maybe I have to blow it up a little. But yeah, I think he gave me some really good advice, but he was kind of that whole mentality of like, this is the way we've always done it, and you should just never do it any way differently, right? And I think that's the hard part for a lot of these long-term financial investors. They look at this and they go like, wow, this is way outside of parameters that we would normally trade in. Let's avoid this. This is bad. And so that's why you see a lot of the technical advice that you get as far as staying away from the stock. Yeah, before I change it, Eric, I'm gonna probably get a second opinion on that, just to see what other people say. Because actually, I'm gonna look it up on my on my phone and see what I see on my phone. Because I am curious. No, I can read it pretty clearly. We are not financial advisors, and this is not financial advice. I see it. It's
He might have to turn up his pixels.
Yeah.
Whatever he's streaming at.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I wouldn't want people to think that we're trying to give financial advice. If you're going to do this, get into AMC, then it's something you got to do on your own. You should definitely do your own investigating due diligence. And I love that Corey just named off an investor for us to look into. And I think that's awesome. Like, Corey's doing his own DD, watching other people, see what they had to say. That's great. You've been reading the Motley Fool. terrible news pieces, but you know, it's still doing research, right? And I read them. I read them myself. Like it's good to know what the enemy's saying. What are they saying about you? We just hit the 55 mark. I got an alert.
All right, for the gun enthusiasts out there, I can see that how clear that comes through. Gotta wait for it on my end.
That's coming through good. I'm seeing it really nice. You got it good. That's
It's
nice.
pretty interesting. It's got like this nice thumb safety here, with another thumb rest right over here. Man, this thing it's a hefty beast. It's a big bitch.
With
but
this,
this
yeah,
thing is actually really nice.
it makes my gun almost look like it's small.
It is.
I'd
This
like
thing
to.
is like I could beat somebody to death with this thing.
I'd like to
That's how heavy it
compare.
is.
I'd like to compare the two and see which one's bigger. I mean, that sounds really bad.
I can already tell you.
I'll bet you mine's bigger than yours.
Let's go find out in the bathroom right now.
No. Man, the price is dropping. Price is dropping. This is more tendies for us right here. This is an opportunity to buy at a lower price. So we broke out of the descending channel downwards. Unusual. See, this is kind of why I was putting the channel a little bit wider. Earlier, you were telling me to narrow it, but I was actually kind of going off the touch points from earlier in the morning.
Yeah, the thing is, you need 2 touch points to actually start the channel.
Well, there is
2 on
two.
the bottom and 2 on the top.
There is 2, but they're real close to each other.
Yeah. Yeah, but this thing is a fast and flat shooting machine. Yeah, if I don't know when you're free, but you and I should go this week sometime. Get a feel for this bad boy. This thing is a fucking beast. Like I didn't know I could shoot that well until I got this. I mean, you know, as well as I could with another firearm. But this thing just screams. Oh man, that trigger though. That trigger though.
This channel.
Anyways, it's a competition. It's a competition gun. It's not meant for anything other than that.
This channel is all over the place, everybody. Everybody's here watching. We are all over the place. Ask any question. We'll talk about it. Because we're watching our favorite stock, and we're watching it do whatever it does normally. And that's drop and then shoot the moon. So that's what we're doing.
Yeah, I can't wait to make these tendies so I can go buy me an SRT Hellcat in navy blue.
Wait. Where is it? There it is. Yeah.
Hey, why do you have my car on your computer? What is going on right now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's your car.
Well, you know, I am looking at the GTR, but I don't know. I think the GTR is just, in terms of like practicality, it's just so much of a fucking beast of a car that to think about like just driving it to places like the park seems kind of crazy to me. It's like not practical, I guess.
Wait, what's not practical?
A GTR.
It's not
Nissan
practical.
GTR.
Hold on.
Like if I were to take it and like, oh, let me go to the dog park with my dog. Well, how did he highlight it like that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't even let my dog step into a car like that. I mean, I'm sure the seats are nice leather.
How did Corey highlight the text like that
What did he do?
in the chat? Is is it highlighted for you?
Uh-uh. I'm not seeing it. Corey wants the BMW 435. Now, Corey, see, I actually looked into the BMWs. That's kind of where I was going. I started leaning towards that direction. I just don't know. I'm so in love with my old car that I kind of want it back. I feel like if I got a BMW, that I wouldn't be happy with how it looks. I'm sure I'd be extremely happy with how it drives. But the looks just aren't solid like the Challenger. It just doesn't say muscle, in my opinion.
You know, it says muscle. Porsche 911 Carrera.
Corey says the GTR is his car. You can't have it.
No, don't worry. I'll get the 1988 GTR. How about that? Jesus. Can't wait to get back to the range, dude.
Yeah, my wife wanted to go out. I think it was last week. We'll eventually.
Did you find
get out
her
there.
a pistol for her yet?
Yeah, we did. She's really got one that she likes a lot, but I really want to put a PDR in her hands, though. I think she'll like it.
A PDP, you mean?
Sorry, PDP. Sorry, yeah.
What does she find that she likes? Tell me more.
You know what? I don't know if I wrote it down or not. Let me check and see. I think I did put it in my notes.
Damn, dude, AMC is just taking a shit today. I don't think it's close to any of our predictions, bro.
No, I know. But I have faith that it could pop back up, though. Oh wow, I saved all my information from the original vote on a page here that I have on my notes. That'll be good for later.
Wow, talk about hitting me with a brick today. Just hemorrhaging that money. Just love it. Love it. And by love it, I mean I don't really love it.
What's a Skyline?
A GTR Skyline?
Yeah.
It's like such a beast of a car. I think like stock it starts with like I think 500 something horsepower, something like that. It's just a really nice wide body supercar.
You know, I know I'm positive that I have something that we wrote it down somewhere or did something. I think she took a picture of it or something. I can't remember exactly, but
Oh, the Skyline is the older body style. The new body style for the GTR is real nice. Nissan.
Is this how retired folks talk? It is. Well, I mean, semi-retired, I guess, if you want to count us still like working on this on TA on this stock. I guess that kind of counts as working a little bit. But yeah, essentially. I've got to find a picture. I know
All right,
I
so I
took
have
a
my
picture.
screen shared, Casey, but I
Okay.
don't think.
I'll pull it up bigger.
Oh man, look at that! Look at that back end. Oh man, that huge, thick back end.
Yeah.
The car is a beast. I mean, like one of my buddies dropped a Godzilla engine in there, and that thing is 1,000 horsepower. But he, for some fucking reason, drives it on the pavement. I don't think he's. I think he's taken it to the track once. Yeah. So this is the Skyline. This is the an older, but still, man, that back end looks real nice. Oh, okay. In America, it's the GTR. In Japan, it's the Skyline. I think like, the Skyline has a better body. The original Skyline, like these older ones, than the newer GTRs. But there's something about the classier looks. You know, like the '96 Supras, the GTRs. Sorry, the Skylines.
Oh man, I just saw a picture of my old car. It made me sad. Corey says he's going to join us in retirement. Man, you come over anytime. We'll hang out, drink some beers, shoot the shit, make some music. Oh, can't have that big old picture of John on my screen. Ugh.
Yeah.
I got a bird screeching in the background. I hope it's not like too annoying.
Nah, that's good.
Yeah, so this is like a massive trend downwards. I mean, the only way I see this breaking out is going way up. I mean, a reversal. No shit. Corey says that the GTR's dash is designed by PlayStation. I wonder if it's
Wow.
I wonder if it's the same material that they use on the thumbsticks. That'd be pretty cool.
Well, this is amazing price action for the day. I think I'm gonna go and look for some squirrels in my backyard. I would take you guys with me, but I don't think YouTube would like that.
Probably not. You don't think it's going to make it down to 51? 52?
If it makes it down to 51, I'm putting some of my surplus in there. What is that? Calculator.
Yeah, this is the normal period of time where the stock usually drops, is between 11 and 12.
Yeah, but I mean it's a pretty drastic drop though, you know, between that time. This is like it's trending down.
Yeah, it's been trending
It
down
almost looks
since the beginning of the day.
It almost looks like they're just attacking the shit out of it.
That's what I was saying earlier. Yep, there it goes. All they're doing is making it more affordable for more people to buy. That's great.
I just told Adam that it's at 54 in case he's trying to buy back in.
Sorry, I'm not talking very much right now. I'm working, crunching numbers. See what price points I want to buy. I think I would buy at 52. Yeah, if the price gets too low, they're just gonna have investors who want to get in cheaper flocking to the stock, and that's not good for them. Competing bird calls.
How did you know?
Because the last one sounded like a bird.
It was a bird.
Boy, it's going to be one heck of a price increase to see it go from 54 to 57 if it is going to hit 57. What would that look like?
And that is almost the perfect downward channel, by the way.
That I made?
No, for the smaller one, where they just kept attacking the price.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, with the little like bumps up and then back down again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's textbook ladder attack right there. Question is how far down are they going to ladder attack it to? I think I'll pick up. I'm gonna change something here.
Go feed your bird, dude.
It's not a feeding issue.
Oh.
He wants out of his cage probably. I'll just turn my mic off.
How crazy would it be if they drove it all the way down towards near SSR and just ended the day there?
I just was talking and didn't realize my mic was still off. Sorry. It's completely possible that we could do that. Drive down to 51. I'm thinking about supporting the 52 mark. I'm trying to decide how heavily I'm going to support it, but yeah, that's. I'd like to see 52. That would be nice. Yeah, there's definitely dry spells. I mean, I stream from open from 6 a.m. Central Standard Time to 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, you know, there's definitely dry spells in between because obviously we're not going to sit here and talk for the entire 9 hours. But yeah, if you want to come to the channel to just see like the level 2 book orders, it's there. You know, I've got it all listed right here. You can see the data tracking. I'm working on trying to blow that up so that it's a little bit bigger. I kind of figured out a way to do that in OBS, but I'm having to fine tune it a little bit. But yeah, come in for the technical analysis. Oh yeah, John and I should probably tell you guys about what some of these lines are on the page that I've got going. So every day, you probably see on the screen where it says, what does it say? It says price prediction tally. So John and I are doing price predictions at 7 a.m. Before the market opens, Central Standard Time. And basically what we're doing is we're kind of predicting what we think is going to be the closing price for the day, plus or minus $1.50. So, for example, John's price is always going to be in dark blue, and his is 55.85 to 58.85. Mine's in purple, which is 56.50 to 59.50 for closing price for the day. We started doing this whole tally thing starting 2 days ago, and we missed the very first day. Both of us missed. Yesterday, John just made it by 33 cents. He was within the mark, and I missed it myself. John's beating me 1-0. And right now, as it stands, we're both well below. But John will be the first one to hit if it does find its way back up there. If we do see one thing I think you'll appreciate, Corey, since, what did you say here? It's cool seeing my folks. I don't mind the silence. I'm doing music anyways. Yeah, so one thing you'll appreciate, I start off every morning with the show and end every day with a space shuttle launch. And I don't know, it's just kind of inspirational. But I also plan on playing it anytime we have like a major rocket green stick kind of heading upwards, just to kind of motivate people, give them inspirational hair raising on the back of their necks. Power conditioner. I'm not sure what that is. What's a power conditioner? Let me check. I'm not sure. Oh, yes. I remember us talking about this. I have not gotten it yet. Honestly, like, I've been watching this stock and nothing else but that, and that's probably something I need to buy really soon. It's not even that expensive. Some of these are really cheap. I'm seeing what you were probably talking about is probably the Pro version, and I'm seeing a Sweetwater one for 94 bucks. That's not that bad. But there's cheaper ones that you can get for like 39 bucks. Do you have any advice on which way to go? Like, obviously, the more you pay, the better you get for conditioner. But any thoughts on that? That's actually, I'm glad you brought that up because based on what I'm seeing right now, and I'll just drag this over. Based on what I'm seeing right now, it looks like this would be good just to hook up to the computer just for general purposes of giving my computer good energy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into one of these. The lunch dump is over, maybe. I think the stock is having a hard time deciding which way it wants to go. I'll be right back, guys. I forgot I need to remind my wife that she's got a thing she's got to be to, so I'll be right back. Yeah, so let me look at those models again. So you said to do the Furman, which I remember you saying that to me, that it was a power rack. I do remember that. Okay, so it only has one. So let me ask you this question. If I were to plug, for example, a power strip into that that outlet power conditioner, would that be an okay thing to do, or would that not be cool? And also, since I got you on here, Corey, I gotta show you something. I will be right back. I'm gonna get you one of my favorite guitars. I'm gonna show it to you real quick. So one day, okay, cool. They have 8 in the back, plus they have a power strip model. Okay, cool. I don't have a rack, so I probably would go with the power strip model just because I don't have the rack, but I could always buy one too. So my wife and I went out to Guitar Center one day, and I of course always like to go in and check out and see what it is that they've got in the store, like any person does. And we found this Takamine in there, and the thing about this Takamine is that it's got no active electronics on it, no pickup whatsoever, which is kind of unusual. Most guitars nowadays have that. They come with. It's not a very expensive guitar, but I absolutely love the wood. The wood is a nice kind of like satin finish to it instead of glossy. So I really love the feel of the guitar. The back of it looks great. My wife just picked me up this like really cool wood strap for it just the other day for Father's Day. That's a really cool strap. Goes well with it. Looks nice. But anyways, when we were at Guitar Center, I sat down. I started playing it, and I don't know why. I just picked it up. I pick a lot of them up off the shelf and just start playing with them. And this guitar sounded amazing, like just absolutely amazing. I don't know if it's because it doesn't have electronics in it, and maybe electronics make them sound different on the inside, which I'm sure they do. But it sounded incredible, and so she ended up buying it for me without me knowing about it because I said no, I don't want to buy it, and but she ended up buying it for me, and it is just a great guitar. Absolutely love it. I'm showing off the guitar you got me. Corey, one of my coworkers from the last place I worked, is on here. He's a music guy himself, and so I was just showing off this guitar to him. Ask the question again. Which question? Okay, I will, but I'm not singing. Corey says, play something. I'm like, yeah, all right, I will, but I'm not singing. Oh, they did bring something today? That's cool. Didn't notice. I didn't notice. Maybe it's because they didn't throw it. What's that? Yeah. Pecan. No, it's on pecan. It's the one. It's the one. You know what I'm talking about? Okay. All right. How's it going, Cedric? Oh man, I can't play in the seat. Oh, this is a tough position playing in this chair. These arms do not do any justice. There we go. That's a little bit better. Yeah, all right. Cedric's talking. He wants to know what the heck is going on. We can't make it over $60. That is an important question. We need to talk about that. So there's a level of investor excitement and a level of fear. And essentially what's happening is when we get to $60, everybody's like, I don't want to pay any more money for this. This is too much money. $50, some people are kind of like, I'll pay. I'll pay that. I'll pay at least $50 for it. So we have this like area of resistance at 60 and area of support at 50. So the question is, how are we going to break past that? And a lot of it comes from options trading. If a lot of people make good options trades and they have failure, they end up collecting failure delivers. What you end up happening is that these failure to delivers just continue to pile up because there's no shares left for them to be able to buy and cover those positions. So I will show you a little presentation here. I talked about this earlier before with Corey about this, and what this is here is this is an indicator on Ortex, and it's not 100% accurate, but they collect data, and you have to pay a subscription fee to get the data that they collect to have the most current information. So essentially what you see here is back before January's GME squeeze, AMC also had a little bit of a price hike as well. And that's this part right here. So the price comes down, or sorry, not the price. I mean the indicator, this on loan average age per day. This indicator starts to drop and the volume starts to drop just before you have this big price increase. This same thing happened a little while later. I think this was like early March or mid-March maybe. That same indicator went down, the volume started to decrease, but the price never rose. And the reason for that, I believe, is that Wanda, the old former owner of the company, sold 13.6 million shares, and AMC diluted the shares by 72.3 million. And so here's that drop right here, and you don't see any kind of price increase. And I think they used these shares to fill those failure to deliver orders that they had to fill. And so hence the no price increase. So then you go to the next drop. The next drop's right here. Volume kind of decreases. The price slightly increased right here. You can't really see it all that well on Ortex. If I zoomed in on it, you would see it, but there is a price increase. The next time that happened, we had a drop. Volume dropped drastically. And sure enough, as soon as volume started increasing again, we had our big shoot up from $12 to $77. That indicator just had a signal that's 2 to maybe 3 times as big as this last one. We went from $22 to $77, or from $12 to $77. And I'll show you where we're at currently. It's starting to go back up. As of the 25th of June, it was the bottom. So if we pull up our calendar, the 25th of June is right here. That means our first up day was on the 28th. Now I did an average on all those other times that indicator dropped, right? And I checked to see how long it took for the price to go up after those indicators. And what I found was somewhere between 7 and 15 business days is about when you would start to see the price increases. So we'll pull up the dates again. The 28th was the first day, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. So my theory, and this is just a theory, is that we're going to see a big price increase. One second. We're going to see a big price increase somewhere between the 6th and 15 days. So this would be day 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So somewhere between the 6th and the 16th, I'm anticipating to see somewhere close to $90 to $100 price per share. And that right there will be enough for us to not have to worry about what price investors are willing to get in or out of, because that's when the margin calls should start happening. I can't imagine them not getting margin called at those kind of rates. It's just going to be way too high. Nobody's going to want to support loaning out shares to companies at those kind of prices. And once they get margin called, they get liquidated, and they have to start buying shares to cover their positions, and it's game over at that point. So let me see if you guys had any questions. You guys have any questions about that? Yeah. What is options trading, right? So I'm really bad at it, and I'm probably the worst person to talk to about it. But I will probably be putting somebody on the channel who knows a little bit more about it and probably would feel more comfortable talking about it. But as for myself, I've only traded options once, and I actually was in the money at one point, and I didn't realize that I needed to sell at that point in order to gain money. And so I kept holding on, thinking like, oh well, it should continue to go up, and it didn't, and so I ended up losing the money that I bought on that. But this is something that's really important. We can track options, right? We can monitor what's happening in the options. And today, as it stands, I'm going to refresh it. As we stand right now, these are call options, which are long positions, meaning that they think that it's going to get to this price by tomorrow. And currently we have a really lot of support at $60 for tomorrow. That's our biggest line of support. That's what they're gambling for. There's a close runner up here at $58, which was actually the price that I thought we would hit today. I thought we would close at around $58 today. If we don't, that's fine. It's not a big deal. Things will change. There's still tomorrow. But the put options are the shorting options. And what they're anticipating is that by tomorrow, they think that they're going to be able to drive the price down to 50. But they also have a secondary position at 55 by the end of tomorrow. So as it stands right now, you could probably make the suggestion that you probably aren't going to see this go much further down than 50. But that's just the nature of this stock. It's the shorts trying to make a position and trying to scare people out of the investment and leave, so that they can gain those shares, so they can use those shares to cover positions that they have to cover. There's a lot of news that's come out lately that I'm not even talking about. There's all kinds of regulation SHO that we just got put on, which basically says that if they have failure to delivers, let me pull up Ortex data real quick for you here. So if you look at Ortex, you can go to failure to deliver, and this is the data here. If they don't cover those positions within a certain period of time and a certain amount of money, I believe it is, then they get put on a list, and because it's a good indicator that there's naked shorting happening. And if that's the case, then the SEC wants to try and get rid of that, and so they're basically put on a list that's going to stop them from being able to continue just kind of kicking the can down the road. And so AMC got put on that list, which is, a lot of people are like, wow, this is huge. We also had some information that just came out recently that I think it was 2 days ago. Adam Aaron, well, I guess actually the company, withdrew a filing that they had with the SEC that will prevent the hedge funds from being able to use junk bonds to short the stock. I'm not sure if I completely understand that. There's been a lot of back and forth on Reddit, and I'm not the best of financial people in the world. This is not my main job. But it's the speculation is that essentially what they were doing is they were taking the, I believe it was the options, and wrapping them, or they were taking, I think they were taking the options and wrapping them into some junk bonds for AMC bonds. And then let me look it up and see if I can find talk about it, and I'll just read it to you. So some people were thinking that there was like a time frame, that being on this list was going to cause something to happen. The one that I'm looking at right now says this is our 4th day on the reg show list. And they said, I'll admit when I'm wrong, and the theory I had yesterday about the T35 didn't hold water for the time being. Still interested in where the NYSE is getting their numbers from in order to determine AMC is meeting the minimum requirements to make it onto the reg show. Looking at another day in the reg show list, this consecutive day number 4, our first day was on 6/25. Seems like lucky number 13 is the number you want for them to enforce the rules to start forced coverings of failure to delivers. This is due diligence. Verify everything. I or anyone says not asking you to believe anything, you can check this here. So, and then they link it to an NYSE regulatory threshold securities page. So I'll pull that up. And here it is right here. It just looks like a quote. I don't see exactly where it's talking about why it made the list on here. It just simply looks like a regular quote of the stock. But it did make the list. So we are on there. Whether this means what a lot of people seem to think it means, I have no idea. But a lot of people have reason to believe that it's going to help us out. Yeah, sticking to shares. That's kind of where I am. I tested my feet. I tippy-toed into options and was not happy, so I stay away from it. I'm starting to get a better understanding of what exactly happens, but not 100%. Is it System Bay Area 510? What does that mean? What is that in reference to? I'm going to have to look that up and see what that means. It's relating to a phone area code and having to do with the East Bay in California.
If you ever
That's not it. That can't be it. Hey, hit me up with a link in the chat, because I'm sure what I'm looking at is not it. Jelly in the fridge. Nice. Wait, oh wait. Since you're here, I gotta tell you. Hopefully, you get this before you walk away. But so the whole reason we're asking this question is because you know how they have the packaged jelly with the peanut butter in the same jar. So like, where do you put that one? Because you don't put it in the fridge. So how's that jelly still good? Like, how does that work out? I don't know. So that got me and John on a whole debate about like, where do you put your jelly? It's kind of funny. Man, this is a boring day, guys. 35 million shares so far today. Normally, we're seeing a lot more volume than this. This is super, super boring. So I'm just trying to pass the time playing some music. Especially since I know Corey likes music, so that's cool. Normally I don't capo this one, so I'm not really sure. Let's see. Fourth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't sound right. Why can't I do that? Three, four, five. That should work. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've never tried to transpose this song before. Oh, there we go. Hedge funds are fighting. Yes, they are. There's only one place for them to go. And it's up, and they're worried about that. They're trying to make us afraid. It ain't working for me. We'll see. Dude, I have this chord Corey. You gotta check this out. I've never heard this played on the guitar. I've never even seen it played before. I know it sounds so terrible. Like you hear this chord alone. I'm gonna show you how I can make this sound really amazing. I don't know why it works, but it just kind of does. But listen to this. This is so terrible. And you're like, what? How can you make a good song out of like a chord like that? Let me show you. All right, hold on a second. Here's the chord. It all has to do with progressions, right? Like, if you've got the right progressions, the chord doesn't sound bad in itself, by itself. It's just terrible. But it resolves. Excuse me, 1 second. But I just love that chord though for some reason. So you want to know what the notes are? It's E. Oh no, let me start. Well, you could play the same. Yeah, the same chord could be. So it's gonna be E in the bass. Yeah. So E in the bass. Your A is gonna be an A sharp. Right. Another E. So D, A sharp, E. G, A, another A sharp. Wow. Yeah, so the top 4 strings actually play very similar chords, just an octave difference. Oh, 1 second, let me I gotta answer the door. Sorry about that. Yeah, so let's see, E and A sharp. Let me see what the other chord was, or the other notes were. E, A sharp. Oh yeah, and then G and a D. So like really, oh, a B and a D. I'm sorry, a B and a D. A B and an E. What am I saying? So E, B, A sharp. That's it. E, B, A sharp, but with an E in the bass. All right, so that's gotta be E, B. Yeah, just different octaves on some of the notes. Anyways, good stuff. I like that chord a lot. Ah, love music. I love music, and I love stonks. Oh, man. Oh, man. 1 second. I think it's people at the door again. Another one of my favorite chords, too, is not one that I hear very often. It's a form of an E chord. I'm not sure which one, what it is exactly, but I have a song that Yeah, man, it's a really funky chord though. And it resolves really nicely down into a suspended I believe this is like a A9, maybe a I forget what it is. It's a form of an A chord. And then straight into just an E major chord. I have no idea what the first chord is. That's another one of my funky ones. I love that chord. My dog is something angry at the people who are outside right now. Man, what's your problem? Hey, come here, bud. What's your deal? What's your deal? It's okay. Yeah. There we go. They're breaking out of the channel. Breaking out down. I mean, this is so weird. This channel is definitely a descending channel, and the price breaks out going down. Just not really what it's supposed to do. That's just more fuckery. He's just a black lab. Actually, he's more brown. I think his parents, like, I mean, we don't really sure what the father looked like. We saw the mother, but um, the mother was definitely a black lab. But I think the dad had to be a chocolate lab because he has definitely got some chocolate in him. Hell, actually, he's so old now he's got gray in him. Don't you, buddy? In your face, got a bunch of gray. He's just an old dog. That's what he is. Nice big old dog. He likes to protect his family. He likes to be pet when there's somebody over. Like, we got people doing the yard right now, so he's kind of like real protective of his yard, and so I have to pet him. I have to pet him to keep him calm. It's all right, buddy. It's okay. Yeah. Big bad lawnmowers, huh? Yep. Just more channeling downwards. Big old whole day of just big channeling. Let's look at Reddit and see what Reddit's got here. See if anybody's saying anything interesting. Fire sale. That's exactly what we've got going on right now is a fire sale. $53. Holy smokes. I gotta text this to somebody. It's alright, bud. Come here. I'll pet you some more. How many of you guys just out of curiosity, I've got 3 people watching. Actually, I don't think I need to know. I think I already know what's going on with you guys. Never mind. I was going to ask you all a question, but I think I know the answer. They're saying there's a lot of FUD going out right now. I haven't read any of it, but I am a little curious as to what it does say. The world is buying AMC, but everyone that owns AMC isn't in this subreddit. We here are FUD proof. The hype doesn't affect us. The DD does nothing. FUD is irrelevant here. We all have our different reasons why we hold. HODL. I've been posting investment strategies to find new ways to benefit. Yeah. I'm not worried. This is to be expected. Okay, so I guess some people are saying they're trying to get people to short. I guess Robinhood's doing their IPO release, and they're trying to. I guess there's some commentary out there saying that people should try to short Robinhood. They're like, don't fall for it. Oh, hold on a second. I gotta take a phone call. Yeah, so I mean, like, if you were the enemy, right? If you were the hedge funds and you wanted to cause investors to have fear, what would you do? Would you just drop the price only, or would you also submit hit pieces from financial experts who are saying that the stock is dropping and it's all over and it's crashing and it's the end of the world for the apes? You know, how are you going to create the fear? Because just the price alone dropping is just a portion of it, right? Like, the other part of the attack is causing the fear in the investors. But if the investors just hold, nothing happens. Nothing happens immediately, but in the end, we all know what happens. And I'm gonna post this over here real quick so everybody can see. I know the price is dropping and it's probably fun to watch because we know we can buy more shares at a cheaper discounted rate. But I'm gonna put this over here for just a second because earlier I was talking about the Reg SHO. It's a threshold list, also known as Regulation SHO's threshold security list, is a list of securities whose transactions failed to clear during the previous trading days. Threshold lists are published in accordance with regulations set out by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Regulators review this information as part of their efforts to detect market manipulation. So, key takeaways are: a threshold list is a list of securities that failed to settle in the previous 5 trading days. They are published by various exchanges in accordance with the SEC regulations. These settlement failures may be indicative of naked short selling, although they may also be caused by benign factors such as administrative errors. So, what do you think it is? Do you think that it's administrative errors or short selling, naked short selling? Why would we be on that list? What happens? What happens when you're on the list? I think there's an argument to be said that there's a new channel. I'm going to delete this one. Yeah, Eric, they are driving her down today. It's a good scare tactic. You know, especially when they start putting out hit pieces, trying to scare everybody that the price is that that it's over. Oh, the price is dropping. You know, these guys, man, they kill me. So here's an interesting one. Somebody's asking, is Weeble bad like Robinhood? And actually, I found that there's actually some links to Citadel and Weeble as well. So Weeble is, in my opinion, it's probably a little risky. I don't know. I personally have 5 shares traded through Weeble. I initially had wanted to get the level 2 order book. And so, in order to get that free for like 3 months or something like that, you had to invest $300. And I initially I didn't buy AMC. I think I invested it in options, and then the options failed. I think I had about 200 and I want to say it was $220 failure on the options. I had 3 options that I had purchased and just missed being in the money. It was quite unfortunate. And then I decided, okay, well, what am I going to do with the remainder amount? And I had a kind of a test run that I wanted to try on cryptocurrency. So I invested in cryptocurrency and I actually built it back up to almost the $300 I had. It was like $200. I think I built it up to. And so I think I bought 5 shares at $200. I think is what it ended up being. Yeah, so like $40. When it got up to like $40, I think that's about when I bought in. Let me see if that's right. Let me look at my position on here. Hmm. Oh, right. It says my average price is $13.82. I forgot. I had only traded a portion of it. I forgot about that. Yeah, I bought 5 shares at $13.82, and I used the rest of the money to work on putting it into seeing if it would work out on trading something else. I think when it comes time for me to sell, when and if ever, those will be the first 5 shares to go. I feel that they're probably the most at risk. I love Charles Payne. I don't know if any of y'all have been watching him. That dude, journalistic integrity is so lost. That guy has some. If there's anybody that's left that has journalism integrity, it's that guy. Man, we need more reporters like him. People who aren't afraid to talk about what's really happening. If I had, I mean, I do have a Twitter account, but I just don't use it. I was gonna say if I had a Twitter account, I would follow him or something. I don't know. I don't even know if you can do that, but when is his show? Does he have a show? I don't know what he. Making Money with Charles Payne. When does it air? Here comes another tack down. Well, I called it. I said if they drive the price down to $52, I'm gonna be in the support group for that for buying more shares because that's a steal at that point, and they are really close. My wife's bringing over some pie pies, so I'm gonna have to probably step off here in a little bit and eat something, but I hope I get to see this. I will leave the stream running as always. The stream is from 6 a.m. Central Standard Time until 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, which means it includes the entire open market period plus an hour and a half before. Okay, guys, I'm gonna sign off just myself. I'll leave the stream running so you guys can watch the price. I'm gonna eat a little bit of food here and then I'll come back. So, welcome to Power Hour. Looks like it's holding up to its name. This appears to be the breakout we've been waiting for all day. Upwards. This looks really good. Nice upwards breakout. Really nice. Well, our price target, John's lower limit is 55.85 for the day. It's driving back up there, but it's going to be a long shot, I think, for both of us to make our price targets. I don't know. We'll see. It's possible. For those of you who were watching possibly earlier, this is what I was talking about before. Like, as far as investor interest goes, $50 to $60 is kind of like the price target like range. $60, everybody's kind of like, too much money. I don't think I want to spend anymore. $50, everybody's kind of like, I could pick up a few more shares for $50. So, as every time they drop it down to this like $50 range, investors become very bullish and start buying more shares. Every time that it hits two higher prices, that 60 level that we've been trying to break through, that's where the investors are kind of like tightening up and going, too much, too much. So, but we don't really need to worry about that. That's not an issue. That's not what's going to ultimately cause the price of the stock to skyrocket. It's just crazy. This downwards trend just like all day long, and then finally breaking out. I think one interesting thing that I'd like to just point out here, as far as this analysis goes, is that you notice this, it broke past this line of support and it became line of resistance because it came back up and hit it, and then it just dropped down, ladder attacks all the way down to this line of support, and then it kind of bounced off that line a little bit. My line might be a little bit off. I could see if I can readjust it. Yeah, that looks a lot better. And this one. So what we're going to notice have happen here is we're going to hit this level of resistance here, and you can already see that it's starting to level out a little bit because we're nearing that point of resistance, which is $54. As we get closer and closer, we're going to need either a hard punch through to get that and continue to climb to the next one, or it's going to retrace and go back the other direction. But we already broke out of the channel, which is really good. The day channel was this extremely downwards trend, and we finally broke out of that on the top side. And it was actually a little bit worse of a trend earlier in the day, and then kind of leveled off and kind of came down like so. But it's starting to head back up. See, you can see we're nearing that point now. We're trying to break through the $54 range. It looks like we've broken through. The orders over here are indicating that we have indeed broken through and continuing up higher. just looking for trends right now. A really nice, I think, I don't know, some people may disagree, but I think what would be really great to see right now is actually to have the price fall back down, maybe to test that 52 point again, and then from there drive back up, because then you have a nice W, and at that point the price could really take off. I mean, we did have a W that formed down here at the bottom. Well, guys, we might just have consolidation here for a little bit, and then maybe we'll shoot up heading into the last 15 minutes or so of price action for the day. But I highly recommend coming and watching the last few minutes, maybe the last 5 minutes of the show. I do like my outro. It's very inspiring. Oh man, if this last minute drives up to $55.85 and gets John another tally mark for the day, I'm gonna go bazonkers. That will be absolutely nuts. That'll be 2 days that he gets a point. Ugh, I could see it happening too. Oh man. I joke about price because it's purely psychological. For anybody who's watching, this is all psychological. The lower it drops, the better it is for us to be able to buy more shares if you're so inclined to do so. But this is all just psychological. Especially if you took the daily price, I bet you if you could map out, if I could take all the stories, the news articles, and everything that come out throughout the entire day that come out each time it drops and compared it to like a day where we saw a bunch of green and just compared like what kind of news articles we were getting based on how the price looked, you'd see instantly how this is just purely psychological. Spreading FUD. I'm gonna be just so beside myself. If we could drive back up to those prices in the last, what is it, 20 minutes, that would be insane. Breaking news. Robinhood paid former SEC head Dan Gallagher $30 million in 2020. Most of the payment was in stock. Wow. It really makes the 70 million that they're having to pay for what they did back in January seem like chump change now. I mean, we were saying it earlier this morning, it definitely was chump change, but this is crazy. I like this. For anyone concerned with the S3 filing, it confirms that AMC as a company is closing out bonds. This is bullish. We're on the button with pocket aces. Now we know everyone's hands, and now we know who's bluffing. Burn and turn. That's awesome. Fed seized Robinhood CEO's phone in GameStop trading halt investigation. Oh, wow. Wow. Here's a posted by KIQIF. Excuse me. Excuse me. Kick. I don't know how to say that. Kickiffy. Anyways, they posted the biggest "I told you so" ever. I'm 19 years old and I switched to cyber school as a junior. Around that time, I got a job as a busser at Olive Garden and eventually, after turning 18, became a server. Even though I was there early every shift, my gym treated me like a child up until recently. My gym. Oh, GM. Sorry, I was misreading that. My GM treated me like a child up until recently. Because after telling them about AMC for months and having a position of XXXX shares, I quit, which means they had 1,000 plus. I told them I was going to be rich after AMC. Told them time and time again to look into it at least. None of the managers did. They told me I should have sold at 70 and I told them I bought more. I can't wait to go back in there, tip my old coworkers plenty and have the chance to show them I'm not a stupid kid. I'm a retarded ape. I have money to last me well over a year if need be. I don't condone quitting your jobs, but it was in the best interest for me. Man, the puts are really stacking up at $55. So they're really stacking up at 50. They really think that they're going to drive this down tomorrow. Down to 50. Well, be ready for it, apes. You might have some more room to be able to purchase some cheaper shares. Last 10 minutes. Yeah, 5250 is the absolute floor for AMC. It's respected that level of support at least half a dozen times now. So awesome. Now is the time to get it. Get ready for the rip back to test 60 in the coming days. Yeah, I agree. Alright guys, here it goes. I'm going to start the feed. $30 seconds. Oh no. Now I'm going to do it now. Alright guys, signing out for the day. Enjoy this little production at the end here, and enjoy your ride. See you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early, 6 a.m. Central Standard Time.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.